Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Canadians 13th at 6.19.
Man, Canadian says, man, slap that 25% tax on us all you want, you small D little son of a bitches.
No,
I know.
Aren't they better than us? That's why.
Canada's 13th. We're 60th.
Oh,
Way better than us.
yeah,
They got
that's,
much
maple
larger
syrup.
hogs.
that's why Trump wants them to join the United States.
So we can bring our averages up?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We are live. Hello. Patrick Tuttle, ladies and gentlemen, not our guest, but our standard Wednesday co-host. Hello, Tuttle. How are you?
Hey, boss. How are you?
Hi, man. I'm doing great. Tuttle, I think you probably need to, get a hold of the merch crate. She's upstairs because we just got a big shipment of stuff in.
Oh, yes.
And I like people to represent, the brand. Rainbow Rick made us. If you go to Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army search, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army, what is that? Store.
Bubba Army store, merch, and shop.
Yeah, Bubba Army shop, Bubba Army store, and Bubba Army merch. Of course, the hottest thing that we are almost sold out of is our annual fragrance, if you will. In one instances, do they call a man's cologne like an Eau Toilette or whatever? Don't they use like a French gimmick and they do that sometimes?
Yeah, you ever seen them where they usually get like an A-list celebrity to do the perfume commercials and they look all fancy?
Yeah.
I think it's price.
I think I should do the complete opposite, Lummy, is I should have like a guy like Buzzard Bob pull up in his 18-wheeler. And says, I just want to let you know, don't let, even though I drive an 18-wheeler, I got me some Bubba Army Alpha 25, and it makes the lot lizards go crazy. And then you have like some pretty hot lot lizards that smell the Bubba Army Alpha Volume 25, and they all jump in the back of his sleeper with them.
There you go. That's a good idea.
I think we should shoot something like that immediately.
Definitely.
Now, Seth Kushner had by the way, hello, Seth Kushner.
Hey, how's it going?
What's wrong with you?
Nothing.
I'm in such a great mood today. I got a good workout in yesterday. You and I had a great conversation, and you're kind of like...
What did we talk about yesterday?
Well, I don't know.
What are we? We didn't even talk yesterday. You talking about the show we did?
But just like right out of the...
You talking about the podcast?
I'm just talking about right out of the box when I say, hey, Seth Kushner, and you're like, hello. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
I still think we need some adjustments on Seth's camera because he's got his microphone.
Macho's been working on it.
I want to eventually do just like a better shot so it kind of gets the back of you, and we can hang something back there or put a TV back there and really instead of that side shot that we had that showed a window and a camera tripod. I wanted something a little bit more sexy, if you will, for your backdrop. By the way, how's your father? How's my boy Larry David doing?
He died.
Don't say that. That's not. It's like.
Oh God!
Like hold on. Like not. Hold on. Like not even as a joke. You know.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
like
All right. I'm
you
sorry.
notice how you stopped me. You literally stopped me in my tracks. Like you don't say that about your dad.
I wasn't sorry. I was trying to make small talk bigger than medium-sized talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my dad's good. I went to go see him yesterday, and I just didn't think. I think he wanted to be alone, so because he was like, "Oh, I'm just going to close my eyes." I was like, "You're good. I'm just hanging out. I want to when it's all said and done, I just want it to show that I care.
Right.
That's why I don't want anybody to be like, "Oh, you didn't see your dad at the hospital." I've been there every day. So
you want to say, "Bitch"? I did too.
Yeah.
And then you flip out your calendar and you say, I was here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday I came. He didn't feel like talking, so he took a nap, so I scooted out a little bit. And then you want to be able to blam. Soon as Elise starts with her nonsense, you go,
Exactly. So
I am.
I just said I would just sit there. I said I'll just sit there. And so, he was sleeping and then he woke up. He's like, "Did you have to pick up Sam?" Or, I was like, "No."
What?
What? I said no. I said Phoebe's got it. I said why?
He was really trying to shoo you out.
I know. Well, I understand. Listen, I would understand possibly if I want to be alone because my other, my mom, my brothers, they've all been there. I don't know. It might be too much for my dad.
Yeah,
so,
you got to understand. You have two brothers, so there's 3 total sons, and then there's Elise, and then there's
my aunt was there when it first happened. And then you've got my sister-in-law. There's there's all sorts people that drop
Larry's
by.
probably guessed out. He's probably guessed it out a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I just want to really get some, they got me on some good meds that really make me get some good sleep. And not only that, but you got to remember a guy that's, just went through a major surgery like he did. He's got nurses in there every 30 minutes checking vitals and stuff like that. So it's tough for him to get, long form sleep.
Yeah.
Probably trying to enjoy the painkillers.
Yeah, trying to ride those things out.
He really doesn't even like to be on that, man. He really was in a lot of pain before he let them give him morphine and everything. So,
what are they saying with regards to him getting out?
I think he's getting out today.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, nice.
And here's the thing, not to disclose too much information as to what Seth's dad went through, but he went through a triple bypassed heart deal. And that,
they ended up only being able to do 2.
Okay. Well,
he had so much scar tissue, I guess, around the other one from having stents.
But did he have like X percentage of blockage and now he's up to like a big number, meaning like they eliminated a ton of blockage?
Yeah, the doctor didn't speak in percentages when I saw him, but he said
to say he didn't speak English.
No, he didn't speak in percentages, but he did say that they were supercharged now.
Right now, will he have?
He said he's got so much supercharged now in him that it doesn't really matter that he couldn't get the other one.
So now it's like he's going to have way more energy, not be nearly lethargic because he's actually got a healthy amount of blood flowing through his heart. Not because that's what brings you down when you got blockage.
He's so good now that I think we're going to try to be the first ever father-son duo referee combo in the NBA.
Really?
I think now that he's got he's cleared out a little bit. I think that we'll be able to run up and down the court together and we'll be the LeBron and Bronny of referees.
Right. With a Donovan kicker as you guys are skewing games.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, he's doing better and might get out today, right?
Yeah,
and the technology from when you back in the day 10 years ago when you would talk to your friend or your loved one or your mom or your dad had to go in for a double bypass heart surgery, it was a very big deal. And I think they now do it laparoscopically.
Yeah, they
do.
They used to have to crack you open, I think.
They did. But I think, Seth, is it laparoscopically now?
I don't. Does that mean they don't open you up?
That doesn't mean that. That just means the scars are like 6 inches instead of like cracking your chest bone.
I haven't been able to see my dad's full body yet, so I'll have to take a look. But everything I know that his heart was out of his body.
Oh,
so I don't know.
Oh man,
I don't know if that's still the laparoscopic deal or what.
Whew. No, that's
I don't know what that. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, doing good. You've been there, I think, nearly every day.
Yes.
And so no other 2 brothers are going to be able to lay any kind of guilt trip on you during Rastafaria and when during one of your sacred Jewish holidays, and you're going to be like, bitch, I was there just as much as you were, so don't even start your nonsense.
Yeah, I take pictures every day of me walking in just so people know.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
Yeah, I'll make a collage of it and post it on Instagram.
So anyway, Lummy, Rainbow Rick talked Merch Crick into doing a one-off kind of deal.
Oh, nice.
Now, not only do we have the Bubba Army Alpha Volume 25 cologne, which I think we have less than 100 bottles left, and we also have the Bubba Army Fat Man Dunks 3 tennis shoes that are available for pre-sale, pre-buy only until the end of this month. So those are. In that little window right there is going to be the number 3, denoting this is our third shoe in my ongoing Fat Man Dunks series. I think we'll probably end up selling a couple hundred of those. And then we just got Rainbow Rick just did a new design, and I've never offered these in white. Ever.
Oh, those are nice.
I've never offered them in white. It's the fat man with the slides dunking a donut. It's the Air Bubba, white T-shirt design. I've never offered these in white. I personally am not a big white guy because white doesn't make fat people look good. It just doesn't. White almost multiplies you, whereas black, for anybody, whether you're in shape or not, black tends to be a little more thinning. Fat people need to stay away from stripes and white.
But black is hot, though.
Well,
especially for heavier people.
I don't work outside, so, So anyway, we do have that. It goes clear up until 6X.
Whoa, nice.
They're really, really, I got a good deal on them. This shirt's usually a $29 shirt. It's a $21.99 shirt. It's a very limited run. In some instances, I think we only got 12 smalls, 18 mediums, 24 large, 36 extra large, 36 double X. We, maybe a dozen 3X, 6 or maybe 8 4X, 6 5X, and maybe 6 6X. So, go out, and if you want one of these, get them. I would get them today. A lot of people have bitched over the years, and it's like, man, you guys don't do the skinnier. See, Lummy, that's why I told Merch Crick, man, anything past 2X, I wouldn't be ordering a lot of because, fat guys don't like white.
No, they don't.
So we didn't order a lot of these. It's a limited run. I don't think we're going to keep them in stock all the time. It's a one-off. But if I was you, I would go get them today. And then supposedly we are offering for the first time in a long time the white Bubba Army, standard, the standard Bubba Army shirt.
Yeah.
We don't usually. I don't know where Merch Crick.
Who's that guy? Is that CM Punk?
I don't know. I don't know if Merch Crick got some clip art. And
it looks like a guy.
Looks like a guy wearing a white shirt with the Bubba Army clip art on it.
To me, I don't know where she got this shirt picture at, but there's one on those are the ones that we have upstairs. I don't know if I hope that guy is not upstairs. I'm in trouble if it is.
Oh, no.
But these white Bubba Army shirts, and they go up to 6X as well. Nice. So those are the two new things that we're offering today. We just got them in last night. And Merch Crick put them up. She's there now, ready to fill them. So again, really kind of the 4 new things: the Alpha, the Bubba Army Fat Man Dunk 3s, the Air Bubba T-shirts in white, and then the Bubba Army T-shirts in white as well. Lummy, I also texted the Merch Crick and told her to get with you and Rainbow Rick. Because I like to get these done I'd like for Rainbow Rick to chalk these up on the press today.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And see if we can get them, because I know that you, maybe Tuttle, maybe Colton, maybe Gino, the 7-Eleven guy, are going to go down to, listen, for the next, I just saw a thing I forget where I saw it, but it was a local thing. The next 3 weeks is where Clearwater Beach and all of Florida is the most busiest with regards to spring break. These next 3 weeks, most high schools, the latter part of colleges, almost all colleges are done with their spring break. They go early, and then the high schools go late. And now is kind of towards the high school deal. Make sure you pick, people.
Oh, yeah,
here's the thing.
We ran into a bunch of high schoolers yesterday, but
here's the deal. As long as they verbally give you permission to use, the thing, and you're not asking them questions of sexuality, and you're just asking them like, hey, who is, the current vice president? You're not asking them anything inappropriate.
No.
I got to think that it wouldn't matter if a kid was 6 or 7.
exactly.
It didn't matter. We're not asking anything bad. Right.
Correct.
What's 10 plus 10?
Yeah.
So forth and so on. So, but I'd like to get, we have being here in Tampa, we have a natural, I don't think that we don't go out and get enough content for spring break, and we got a ton of it just waiting for us.
Yes. We even tried to check out after we went to Clearwater Beach because it was a little slow. There was a city of Clearwater, 2 of them, workers that were Bubba Army, and kind of gave us the Iggy on the best times to get down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right.
And so then we went up and checked out Ben T. Davis Beach, and that is not where spring breakers go.
Well, it is.
Well,
it is where spring breakers go. It's just a certain type of spring breaker will go to Ben T. Davis, whereas that, cute Ohio State girl will be at Clearwater Beach or Sand Key or Fort DeSoto or St. Pete Beach. LaShiqua from Florida A&M, she's going to be at Ben T. Davis Beach. I'm just telling you that's how
Daytona.
it is.
We had 2 shootings during spring
doesn't
break.
Daytona actually have, and I'm not trying to be one way or the other, but doesn't Daytona actually have Black Spring Break?
Yeah, Black College Reunion.
That's
was
what it's called, Black College Reunion.
Yeah, and it was a great time. I had a lot of fun.
I thought they moved it out to up into Georgia now.
Yeah, it's gotten a little bit
I
smaller.
thought they moved it to Detroit.
But it's like what Freaknik used to be like up in Atlanta when that was a big deal.
Freaknik.
Yeah, Freaknik was like bad.
Here's the thing, man. Black College Reunion weekend could be great. I mean, the masses of people, if you just want to talk about volume of people, it's great. It's just the behavior of these people, is not so great. And it causes, the cops are down there all the time. There's shootings, there's robberies, there's rapes. There's all kinds of things that are happening down there.
Yeah.
So has Daytona as a municipality, by the way, Seth, you look so much better already, and I know we're going to make further adjustments.
Thank you.
But has Daytona as a municipality tried to deter
Yes.
Black College Reunion weekend?
Yeah, and a lot of the businesses just close and go on vacation.
Yeah. After Bike Week, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
After Bike Week, which is kind of their big spring break.
Yep.
First they got the Daytona 500.
Yeah.
Then they got Bike Week.
10 days, yeah.
And then I think at that point they shutter until probably like May 1.
Yeah, but when a lot of the regular college spring breaks
I'm
start.
actually meeting with Tom Bean. Well, I'm going to LJ with him on Friday, but I'm thinking, Lummy, we're going to run into probably some spring break stuff. But I'm going to talk to him about after we do our February Nationals program at the track, Ocala Speedway, that we shut down for all of March and all of April, and do track maintenance and surface revitalization and things like that, because I-75 is bumper to bumper for those 2 months, no matter which direction you're going. You travel just a very small portion of 75/275, and all through March and April, there won't even be a wreck, and it'll be bumper to bumper, and there's not even a wreck, and it's just based on pure volume, and the biggest jam of all is always right there at State Road 44 in Wildwood, where the Turnpike and 75 merge.
Yes,
and they're taking 75 is 3 lanes, the Turnpike is 3 lanes, and they're trying to choke 6 lanes into 4, because they only add 75 when the Turnpike dumps into 75. They only add 1 lane, So you're taking a 3-lane highway and merging it onto another three-lane highway, but you're only providing one extra lane. Now, I'm not a road engineer, or I'm not really even a mathematician. I'm horrible at math. But when you take 6 lanes and you merge it down to 4, one would think that there's going to be a jam. And there's all the way, and there's a jam, and that jam, in order for it to work itself out, takes clear till my track exit, which is State Road 326, in order for it to cipher itself out. And did you see where, I think it might have been Ron DeSantis just signed a bill to widen 75 from State Road 44 to State Road 326, but they're only adding 1 lane. So like if you're a state and you're going to do a major highway renovation, why not add 3 lanes? Like, well, if you're going to add 1, why not add 3?
Because they got to keep themselves in business. You got to constantly be coming back to.
But they're going to add 1, and it's still going to be a jam.
Well, that's what the plan is, though. And then 2 years down the line, they're going to need another lane. Like Tuttle said, they're always in business.
Did you see where Florida is the third ranking state with regards to people moving out of it?
Good.
Yes.
People are in the housing market's crashing.
Would they come here during COVID when we were letting it eat? And now they're like, we got to get the hell out of here.
Yep.
It was 93 degrees yesterday.
Yep.
There's no spring here.
There is no. There's no nothing here.
Can I tell you? I was thinking yesterday.
There's no fall. There's no. What were you thinking?
Summer.
Whoever did the April showers bring May flowers. Somebody brought that to Florida from another country or another state.
No, that was actually brought to the Midwest.
Well, that doesn't mean anything here, and I wish people would stop saying it.
No. When does hurricane season officially
June
start?
1st.
June?
Yeah. It's going to be a bad one.
That's what they say every year.
Yeah, that's what they say every year. And then they hit it about every 20 years, and they're like, see, I told you it was a bad one.
Well, we had the really bad one last year, right? So
Probably the worst one this particular area has had in 100 years.
So we should just have a couple fun evacuations, with some wind and rain events. No big deal.
No big deal.
Yeah. That water's already going to be bathtub by June 1st. Like, it's going to be warm as hell.
So, Lummy, did you guys go to Clearwater Beach at all and get anything?
Yes. Yeah, we got a couple, but we already planned. Me and Colton planned on with the 7-Eleven.
And Colton's good, man. Colton's good. You got to bring Colton on the deal.
We gotta be there later in the day.
So we're gonna keep what? Like 3?
Yeah, 3-4 o'clock.
3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So we're planning on that, and we're trying to do a couple different things.
Do we have any Bubba Army trinkets like
We gave some koozies out if they knew who you were,
right?
And then some bumper stickers that we put around Clearwater
Well, how
Beach.
about this? How about Merch Crick can give you a bag full of those? I bought those real cheap
sunglasses.
Bubba Army sunglasses.
Yeah.
And they're not made like they're not. I think if you buy 1,000 of them, they're like 10 cents a piece.
Oh.
So they're not made to be your really cool I'm going out sunglasses, but you know what they're made for? They're made to wear on the beach, and once you're done with them, or you lose them, or if they fall into the water, it doesn't ruin your day. But if you got your $300 pair of Versace's and you ruin them, or they fall in the beach, or you lose them, then it completely ruins your day.
Yeah,
these are like made to lose sunglasses.
And I went to Miami once, and I got hit in the face with a wave, and then my prescription Ray-Bans went floating away.
No. Yeah, and with the prescription, a whole night, that's $300-400.
Oh, they were $300. Yeah. It was sad.
And that ruined your day.
Well, I couldn't see.
But if you had a pair of dime Bubba Army dime, cost 10 cents because some stupid radio station handed them to you, and you're like, I'm just going to go out into the water, and all I need is some eye protection, just a little bit of that.
I'm going goggles from here on out when I go into the water. I won't risk any sunglasses, whether they're the 10-cent ones or whether they're the $300 ones.
So let me get a handful.
Get some of that'd be perfect because that would have went big.
Yeah,
down there.
Get some of that. I think we got a bunch of that, and then koozies. Now, did any of the younger generation know who we were?
No.
The people I talked to, no, they did not know.
What would be what was your spiel? Like, give me your First of all,
how would we introduce ourselves?
Yeah.
Hey,
now are you wearing your Bubba Army slides? No. See, you should be wearing your Bubba Army slides. I'm just saying, full logoed up. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't think Colton has any slides.
Well, we'll get him some.
Okay. Hey, I'm Lummy with the Bubba the Love Sponge show. We're, with our YouTube following, we have over 100,000 followers. We're out here asking spring breakers. 125. We say over 100.
Undersell. I'd say 125. I would actually say I'd lie and say nearly 200,000.
Well, they what the minute they do is they all jump on their phone to check.
All right, well then, if you say nearly 100, we're at 123,666 right now.
Yeah, we'll just say over 100. About 125,000 subscribers.
Just tell them the exact amount, Lummy.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so listen, hi, we're the Bubba Army YouTube channel. Got 125,000 subscribers. Boom.
We have a couple questions. Do you mind doing it? It's all about the spontaneity and seeing how the people are. So
some people tell you just leave me alone.
Yes, a couple.
But see,
actually,
those could actually be good ones to play. Us getting blown off.
Yeah, we have those recorded.
So what did they say?
Well, the ones that blew us off were just like, oh no, not interested, or I'm underage, not interested. And they just kept walking off.
That's a great thing to yell to get people to leave you alone. Yeah. Because I'm underage. Some guy accosted me in Target and asked me if I was T-Mobile or Sprint, and then I just thought he was making conversation. Then I realized he was trying to get me. If I just shouted out I'm a minor, I could have just kept on walking,
right.
No problem.
That's right.
Boy, Seth's going to start using that.
The minute.
Now, did you get anybody to talk?
Yes.
Okay. And how did it go?
Most of the guys that were interested were a group of guys from Kentucky. We had some guys from Illinois. They thought they were the smartest guys in there. They knew a couple of the basic who's the president, who's the vice president.
Now, do you ever end it with? Have you ever heard of the Hogan sex tape?
Yes, that's how we did.
Oh,
most
you
of the
did?
time, yes.
And have they heard?
No, but they wanted to Google it. They've heard of Hulk Hogan. They never heard of you, and they did not know about the sex tape. But they were going to be looking it up, and were interested in watching the sex tape. We then had to tell them that the sex tape was not out,
right?
But they were interested to find out the details.
Right, I understand. No big deal.
Yeah. And then we gave them a koozie and some stickers.
Well, now
and
listen.
We have the sunglasses.
Now she'll give you one of those little Bubba Army, bag, like one of those little bag thingies.
Yeah.
And you can just stuff, like 100 of them in there.
Perfect.
And just say, listen, anyway, here, have some complimentary, cheesy ass flimsy sunglasses.
Well, I can tell you when Hogan's cruising to his beat shop, he's going to be seeing a lot of Bubba Army stickers. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We lined some poles that had stickers on it with Bubba Army.
Was anybody drinking Hogan's beer out there? Lummy, did you see any of that?
No, I did not see any of that.
No.
The kids aren't pounding the Great American?
I don't think so, man.
No, they are not.
I don't think so. I've not heard that there's even a buzz on that.
It's kind of died down here in Florida.
Is he still going on Fox News every night? That might be a reason.
No, I think somehow, I don't know what has happened, but it seems
people got pissed because they keep having these long lines, and then he breaks off after an hour.
And he only does well in really like Indiana and Wisconsin, and where people have never seen him before. He doesn't do that well here in Tampa, where people have seen him for 40 years running the streets of Tampa. So it's not really a big deal to see Hulk Hogan. And I don't know how his real American beer.
It's got to be.
What's the biggest store that you can get it in? Can you get it everywhere?
I think you can get it in Publix and Walmart.
Yeah, he's at Walmart, Publix.
I mean, if you got Walmart distribution,
Total Wine, ABC.
Yeah, I mean, he's got huge distribution. Now it's just whether people are drinking it or not. I've not had one, but if I know Hogan and he had anything to do with the formulation of it, he's a big Miller Lite guy. He's always been a big Miller Lite guy. So I would, if I was a betting man, it's probably, and he had something to do with the taste, that it's formulated after Miller Lite. You're saying you had one?
Yeah, Average Joe bought us some. We tried it in the back. It has that old school Miller Lite taste.
Okay, kind of like a Miller High Life, kind of?
No, I mean, do you remember right before they switched how Miller Lite tasted?
The formula?
Yeah, like in 2007, 2008. It tastes like before that. We have one here if you want. Try one.
Is it cold?
Yes.
It is cold?
Yes.
Where's it at?
In the fridge in the kitchen.
It's cold?
Yes. I left it in there in case you wanted to try it.
Yeah, maybe later today, towards the end of the show. I'm not necessarily up for a beer at this early in the morning. But
or do you want to do it before we do the goats?
You mean, as part of the goat deal?
Yeah, just have a little sip of the...
Or, I mean, we could do it, we could do it Tuttle, you can't drink.
No, I can't.
No. We could pour it into a glass, and for those that, I could pour a little bit in a glass, you pour a little bit of glass. Seth, are you a beer drinker at all?
No. I haven't had alcohol in years.
Yeah, I don't Lummy, you and I are the only two people that don't get triggered by alcohol, so you and I, it might just be a Lummy Bubba taste test.
Hogan needs to come out with a seltzer. I bet a seltzer would do good for him.
But see, his demographics aren't girls, and that's what, seltzers are girls.
Yeah, but I'm also seeing a lot of frat guys are drinking seltzers now, too.
If you look at the Hogan Power Alley of demo, it's beer.
Yeah.
It's beer. And so he's got his demographic and his customer down. He just has to have a decent tasting beer now. And he's obviously had, some unbelievable marketing and some great opportunities to promote the beer. So, it's just a matter of how good it is. So, Lummy, do you think things will get, now that we arm you with some better T-shirts, some better prizes, that we could maybe get, some more content I think from spring break?
I think the heads up from the guys that work down at Clearwater Beach telling us, be there later, because we were there at 11:30.
Oh, those college kids are just eating breakfast at 11:30.
Yeah, we were there from 11 to 3 yesterday. And
it probably started getting busy as you were leaving.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But 7-Eleven had to get, he worked the all-night shift, so I had to get him home, and Colton had to go back to work, so.
Are you doing something today?
Not today. No,
Not today.
I couldn't. No, we're actually doing.
The day to do it, and I don't mean to mess your weekend up, but the day to do it would be Saturday.
Well, we were going to do it Fridays and Saturdays.
Yeah.
I head down there.
Yeah. Yes, that's better than nothing.
Yeah. That's the plan.
The best day to do it would be Monday through Wednesday, because usually spring breakers, Friday, Saturday are their travel days.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the day. Like if you're from Indiana and you're spring breaking and you got to be home by Monday, you leave Friday or Saturday because it's 17 hours.
Yeah.
So you're not on the beach Friday or Saturday.
Well, we were going to check for this weekend. We were going to check it for this weekend. Then next week we were going to go down. We're just pretty much going to be down there as much as we possibly can.
Okay, that's the great answer. And secondly, let's not make Ben T. Davis the redheaded stepchild. I'm sure there's some juicy content down there.
Oh no, yeah,
and African American people love me.
Yeah, we went down there. We paid for our parking. Colton has something else that he uses instead of the.
Yeah, Colton's got a.
Wait, what do you mean?
He's got a gimmick.
Yeah, he's got a gimmick.
Colton's got a parking gimmick.
Hold on, no one's coming to arrest Colton for these secrets.
He does not want this one out.
No,
you can't.
I didn't know he had it because I went and paid for it.
You've not seen this one before?
Oh, he's got.
And I helped his Iggy too. I gave him something else to even make it better. So.
Oh yeah, we're stepping it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a great Iggy.
What is this, like slugs that you used to put when you would get a newspaper in the little box? What does he have? What does he got?
This is something that whether you're going to Walmart or you're going to Ben T. Davis Beach, it works. Tuttle, am I right?
Yeah, it's automatic parking anywhere.
I mean, it's up front. It's up front. Mm-hmm. Don't get screwed with parking, no matter where you go.
That is right.
I think he gets that same gimmick at the Bucks games.
Oh yeah, it works there. Yep.
It works everywhere.
It sure does. I had to. Me and 7-Eleven had to walk like a half a mile, and Colton was right there.
Well, you guys should just all ride with Colton and get in the back of his truck and everything.
Oh, I know what he's got.
Yeah.
He was coming from work, so we were coming from different locations.
All right, we'll try to coordinate so that you ride with Colton.
Of course.
Were you guys pushing him on a wheelchair in the sand?
No. He just has like a cane.
Yeah.
No, come on. I know it's handicapped. Don't lie.
Nah.
Don't lie.
We're not getting into all that. That could
Seth,
be,
that's not cool to you.
Why would you want to ruin it?
Be disrespectful.
I don't want to ruin it. I want one.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Where are we going today?
I'll send you the address.
Okay.
Maybe changing the name, so.
They might be changing the name?
Yeah,
okay.
Easier to.
I hope they don't change the one I'm on my way there.
No. I'm saying that the address is their location will still be there. Sorry.
And you're not stretching me out?
I am.
You're stretching me out.
Got the oil already.
Is this a man that's doing it?
Wait, y'all going to a Jack Shack?
His name's Mike.
I hope his name's more European, like Hans. I don't want a guy named Mike rubbing me.
It's machines. These are all machines.
Oh, machines.
Yeah.
Oh, no human hands.
No.
Oh, good.
Unless you want them.
No.
They have massage. The masseuse,
Well, I mean, whatever.
Well, do we need to talk about this?
No, we can wait till tomorrow after Seth's experience because
Okay.
he's going. Yeah.
Lummy's got a client.
Yeah. So you got Mike the machine going to be stretching you out.
Oh man, I can't wait. I'll pre-lotion myself.
You gotta put the money in the right shoe.
What? What do you?
Tunnel's talking about the deep.
The deep what? When you go to get stretched, you put money in your shoe?
Well, if you want other things, you know.
This is like a health and wellness center. It's not like a Jack Shack.
This isn't the place yet.
You're saying it's higher quality hand jobs at these kind of places?
It's holistical hand jobs.
Put money in your shoe. I can't even fucking imagine somebody doing that.
And then, Seth, you put it in the wrong shoe.
What? Like, hold on, it fell down my sock. You know,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
It's a disaster.
And then you get nothing. You got ripped off. You're like, well, I had the money in my shoe, but then it ended up falling on the floor. This sounds like a Curb episode, doesn't it?
And then I don't have cash, so I just put a little thing in my sock that says, Venmo. And, what's your Venmo? It's a whole thing.
God, that's his Larry David fucking episode, isn't it?
Well, he did a thing where he got a hand job. He got a couple pumps, and then his wife found out.
What is it? What's the actress that plays his wife?
Cheryl Hines.
Oh, dude, she still get it.
Who's she married to in real life?
RFK.
Who?
RFK.
Oh, that's right. And in the movie, she's Ted Danson.
Yeah, I remember I think she's a pretty, I don't want to say hardcore, but I think she's a Democrat because
She is.
When he kind of flipped, they were talking about that she wouldn't have any of it.
Yeah, that's a big red that you caught, Snook Slayer.
Is red good eating?
Yeah. Redfish is really good eating. But I mean, I can't remember how many you can keep over here now.
I think it's like 3.
What up, Ticker? What up, Berto? Congrats, buddy.
On this Pat McAfee thing, I've read up on it pretty much well enough that if you need me to walk you through it, I can.
Well, we'll do Val Kilmer next.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
And this is a wild ass story, though.
Should we go over Val's catalog to see what the one movie we should watch is in his memory?
Sure.
Hey, look, I'm just trying to get some shit going, okay?
Yeah.
Fuck me.
I like it.
He was. Oh.
I like you fucking.
Thanks, Gary. I opened that box. That was Berto. Berto Perez ordered that, and he let me open it for content.
I can't.
And he got Shawn Michaels autograph, Undertaker tie dye, John Cena gold, Otis gold patch. It was one of the best boxes I've seen.
Now, did Val Kilmer lose his voice to throat cancer?
Yeah, when he had surgery, I guess at 14, they said it left him raspy. I ordered it from a guy in Japan, Gary. I felt good about it. I felt that if the guy x-rayed a box in Japan, he probably was going to send good stuff.
That Gary Cantrell?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Gary Cantrell?
Oh, the one.
Hi, Gary.
The Gary Cantrell that I saw filming Barb for Free my first month back, and I go, this guy needs to get paid. And then what happened?
Now he's a main video guy. Full time. He just went from 1099 to a W-2. Say it.
Overnight, cuzzo.
That's almost a country song. I went from a 1099 to a W-2.
He lives in a penthouse. He just moved to the biggest building in.
He should be.
That area.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. All of those at the Bubba Army. Also, BubbaArmyTips.com. Now, let me, does that just sprinkulate right into our Truist account?
Sure does.
Okay. So I'll have to go look for that. It comes under like Stripe or something, right?
Stripe, yes.
Okay.
That's the name.
Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, Bubba Army store, merch crick upstairs filling all the new white shirts that we ordered. We now have the white standard Bubba Army logo shirt. We also have the Fat Man Dunks. I think he made half of them dunking a donut and half of them holding a microphone with the. I wore for the first time in I think ever. I wore my Bubba Army slides to work today.
Nice.
Yeah, I usually don't like to wear slides because my feet sweat. But I figured I'd deal with the feet sweat today. I was kind of in a hurry. They were right there by the door. I grabbed them. Figured to be, nice thing to wear.
And you got your Bubba Army shirt on too. The Fat Man Dunks.
Trying to promote.
Match.
Promote. God, we had a great merch this last, March. I'm closing out March. I got one more number to get from Kush. I'm closing out March, but merch really saved us for March. So thank you to all the fine Bubba Army that you may not give us anything monetarily wise, and you don't have to. Just follow us on one of our many platforms, and that's all you need to do. Follow and subscribe or it doesn't cost you anything. Like, let's just go sign up for our YouTube account, which is at the Bubba Army, or our X account, or our Facebook account. Again, all at the Bubba Army. That's Bubba Army. That's helping the cause. And if you'd like to go to the merchandise store, then and buy some stuff, that's helping the cause. Sorry, I got a cough drop.
Oh man, you're still sick? Or are you addicted to cough drops now?
Those
that
ones
happens.
are good though. Those honey ones. Is that the same ones you were last week, Bubba?
I don't want to answer Seth's question honestly.
Yeah, he's addicted. He's treating him like candy. He's getting. I mean,
you're right.
Get this guy a lifesaver.
It helps me not have to clear my throat as much. It really. I'm trying to wean myself off of them, but I'm probably addicted to them.
Seth, have you tried
I have an
one,
addictive
though?
personality.
Oh, yeah. Have I tried a cough drop?
No, the one that Bubba has, because those are really good.
Yeah, I got these certain ones that if you don't bite them and you just suck them down till they get really little, then there's this little dab of honey that gets released, and oh man, it's great. Now you can just get them and chomp them down, and the honey comes squirting out because you chomped them down. Yeah. But if you just suck on them,
are you on a cough drop diet?
No, but I should try it.
It's taking Hollywood by storm. It's the new Blood Boy.
I got to think that these things aren't really that good for you.
No, they're probably packed with tons of sugar.
You really maximize every flavor coming out of that cough drop. I can tell with the way you're sucking it.
When I talk,
he's getting every last tidbit out of that little sucker.
You could get fat off these. 20 calories per 20 calories per drop. 5 grams of carbs.
Oof.
Sugar's 4. No sodium, no saturated fat, no dietary fiber, no protein, no iron, no potassium. Just 5 grams of sugar. I'm sorry, 4 grams. Where's the honey coming?
It's probably artificial honey. It's probably sugar that tastes like honey.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's just liquid sugar. So
do you need us to order some more? Because I think we're getting low in the fridge.
No, let's not order anymore because...
Should we put them on our Amazon wish list?
No, I think I'm going to... They're unbelievable.
They're unbelievable.
But I'm going to go ahead and put these in the fridge, and I'm going to just blow through this pack. I got 2 more left, and then I'm going to try to be done with being addicted to them, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to put these in the fridge right now.
Do you want me to hide the other ones?
Oh, so we have more?
How do I answer that?
Answer it honestly.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe we still have some more in the fridge, unless you grab those other ones. I haven't checked on the cough drop since last week.
I would take them and I would put them in the pantry.
Okay.
Because I don't really go in there much.
Okay.
And if I ever get sick again, Then you could be the knight in shining armor and say, "Oh, Bubba, you remember those cough drops you made me? I put a couple packs."
And if we're short, I may just order it and hoard it in my.
Don't order any more.
Okay.
We got enough. For if I get sick again, I got enough to get me through a couple days.
Okay.
Then I can order some more. In case you didn't hear it, Val Kilmer, formerly from Batman Forever, Tombstone.
Heat.
He did The Door. He played Jim Morrison in The Doors.
Yeah.
He had a lot of legendary roles. He died at 60. He died last night at 60 and 65. 65, and if you're homeless and with not a pot to piss in, that's par for the course. But when you're 65 and I'm assuming Val Kilmer was a multimillionaire.
Yeah, well, he had cancer, I think, in 2014. I don't know if this was part of it at all, and he had throat surgery for it. And I think he became raspy at that point, but
like an RFK deal.
I think even worse though. Like he didn't even talk in the second Top Gun movie.
Yeah, he was having trouble talking. He died of pneumonia.
Val Kilmer, who played Bruce Wayne in Batman Forever, channeled Jim Morrison in Oliver Stone's The Doors. I think that was one of his best roles ever that he really didn't get that much credit for, and starred in the tubular.
Hold on, I'm trying to find where you are.
And starred in the tubercular.
Yeah, it's tuberculosis, but it's a different word for it, I think.
Doc Holliday. Oh yeah, so Doc Holliday in Tombstone had tuberculosis.
Yes,
and so you would say that this way if you were describing a person. Why wouldn't they just say and starred as Doc Holliday, who had tuberculosis in Tombstone?
I have no idea. Because
they're a bunch of Hollywood overthinkers.
That's right.
Trying to trip up illiterate radio personalities like myself. Died Tuesday in his Los Angeles home. His daughter, Mercedes, told the New York Times the cause was pneumonia. He was 65. He'd been battling throat cancer for several years. Val Kilmer's reps did not immediately respond to Variety's request for was he a smoker?
Back in the day, I believe he was a smoker.
The babyface blonde actor had a solid run as a leading man with a volatile reputation in the 80s and 90s, starring in Top Gun, Real Genius, Willow, Heat, The Saint. Returned briefly to the screens in 2022 for Top Gun, although he could not speak due to his cancer.
Yeah, it looks like he started smoking when he was 8.
What?
Yeah, that's what I guess he came out and said.
Now, is that what caused his throat cancer? I'm assuming.
That's what they're saying.
In 2021, a documentary on his life, Val, was released. His son provided the actor's voice, and the film utilized hundreds of hours of video he had recorded over the years, giving a revealing look at the sets that he had worked on and showing the actor as an introspective. Whatever. Val Kilmer died.
Well, do you want to hear his dating stable through the years, which is even better?
He took over for Michael Keaton in Batman Forever, received mixed reviews for his take on The Dark Knight. He was replaced by George Clooney in 1997, Batman and Robin.
Who was the best Batman?
I say Michael Keaton.
Out of the original movies, yeah, definitely
yeah,
Michael Keaton. Yes.
I say Michael Keaton. But who have been all the Batman?
George Clooney, Val Kilmer,
Michael Keaton,
Ben Affleck. Who was the guy in the Christopher Nolan ones?
Was it Pattinson?
No, yeah, Pattinson's been that, and then
the Australian guy.
Yeah, the Australian dude. I forget his name.
The Australian dude wasn't any good though, was he?
Well, I mean, those were he was one. It starred Christian Bale. It's Christian Bale.
Now, who was okay? If we were to take the Batman, of course, on TV, but when Batman first made its debut on the silver screen, I think it was like 1989. I think, in my opinion, because I can remember I was at B96 in Chicago. A lot of times I kind of put things in history as to where I was in radio. and so I remember that I think, and I could be wrong because I'm not a Batman nerd like probably Tuttle is, but
Nailed it.
I remember it was a big deal for us. We were a top 40 radio station, and it was a big promotion. We actually had the movie theater, like the night it debuted, it was B96 night, and you could only win your tickets. They had like 1,250 people in this large movie theater in the suburbs, and it was 1989. Am I correct?
Yes, you nailed it.
And what was that? Was it Batman Returns?
No, it's just the original Batman. It was just Batman.
It was just Batman.
And that was with Keaton and Nicholson.
So Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson, which probably that dynamic, wasn't
Ledger was the one up there too.
Heath Ledger. Mm-hmm. But wasn't Jack Nicholson the Joker?
Yes, he was great in it.
And Michael Keaton was Batman. And I don't know that dynamic was ever replicated except for Heath Ledger on the Joker side.
Yes, I would definitely say that. Do you remember?
Of all the Batmans, I would say that the very first one in '89 beat them all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you remember who did the whole soundtrack for the first Batman?
Prince.
Yep. That was a big deal.
How about that? How about me knowing that?
Yeah.
And then there was an amusement park in the suburbs of Chicago. I think it was Marriott's Great America, and they actually made a Batman ride for the movie. It was a Batman roller coaster, and it was they debuted it with the movie. When the movie opened, it opened, and that's another thing that I remember. But what was the highest grossing Batman? So how many Batmans were there?
Well, Nolan did
so
three.
the first one was in '89, right? So I mean, I guess you guys could probably Google this.
Batman Returns.
Well, I don't know how this goes
It
because
says-
aren't there prequels and there's all sort of, it's what is it? Bane. There's Bane. There's the Penguin. I mean, it's all mixed. The Riddler. I feel like are there prequels or what? There's Batman versus Superman.
So get this, man. This is a wild amount of money that the '89 Batman made for that time. $400 million
For that time.
Yep.
All right, but I'm sure there was other Batmans that went on to kill that.
Well, the sequel, the '92 one that Keaton was also in, only did 266.
Okay.
Well, the highest grossing would be The Dark Knight Rises, which got $1.08 billion.
Now, how many were there? If you were to go through the years, you'd say 89 Batman. Then you'd say 92, right? So give me the year and the name of the Batman franchise.
All right, hold on. I'm looking that up right now. Hold on. Because I was just looking them up.
And who the leading man was.
Well, Val Kilmer was the one that came in after.
All right.
Him.
So you had Batman.
So let me. You're not doing it in the format that I wanted. Year.
1980. Well, okay.
A year and name of movie, and preferably anybody who starred in it. So see if we can do it that way.
Okay, I have the movie ones. I know off the top of my head.
All right.
Okay.
Now, are you more informed than Lummy?
He can start looking up the numbers, but I have in order which ones right now. Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
So Batman 89, Batman Returns 92, Batman Forever, which is 95. That was Val Kilmer. Okay. Then Batman and Robin came out, and then that was George Clooney.
You missed the year.
Oh, sorry. 95 for Batman Forever.
Let's start from the top again.
Okay, sorry.
Cannot miss it. It's year.
Okay.
It's year and name of movie, and if you can throw in who starred in it, that would be great.
All right. 89, first Batman. 92, Batman Returns.
Well, that's Michael Keaton. I could fill it in for that at least.
All right.
This is a team project.
It is.
Sorry.
How many R's does it take to go through the Batman series?
You need me to pull up any info?
Two. No.
19,
I'm going to get Alexa involved here momentarily.
Okay. 1995, Batman Forever.
Val Kilmer.
1997, Batman and Robin.
George Clooney.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. By the way, I like how you guys are working right now. It only took us three times to get it figured out.
Okay.
Okay, continue on.
2005, Batman Begins.
Christian Bale.
2008, The Dark Knight.
Christian Bale.
2012, The Dark Knight Rises.
Christian Bale.
Yes. Then Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice, 2016.
Ben Affleck.
Then Justice
No,
League.
you didn't. Year
2017 Justice League. That had Batman in it too.
Ben Affleck.
Yes. And then you have 2022 The Batman.
Robert Patterson.
All right, so that's 10.
Mm-hmm.
So they sucked Batman. They got him. They got him down to 10. They got 10 Batmans.
Yes.
Now, how many spin-offs? The Penguin, the Joker, how many of those were there?
Ooh. You have
the Penguin.
Yeah, you have the Penguin show that's out right now. That's 2024.
Do you count the Suicide Squad?
Yeah, the Suicide Squad would be in there too.
And this is all Marvel, is it not?
No, this is DC.
Oh, this is DC.
Yeah.
Is this the only thing that DC's got going for them? Because doesn't Marvel pretty much kick their ass on everything else?
Yeah,
all DC really has is the Batman deal.
Yeah, and Superman.
Okay,
but Superman's just too overpowerful. It's like, unless you got kryptonite, you're screwed.
But I'm kind of tired of both of them.
So yeah, those were.
How about making a movie where they both die? Superman and Batman die.
Superman died in one of the Batman versus Superman. Batman killed him.
Hold on, Batman killed Superman?
Yep.
How did Batman kill Superman?
He had a kryptonite spear, and then Doomsday finished him off.
How about like somebody? how about you have a new character, and he comes in and he whips both Batman and Superman's ass,
like Aquaman?
Like no, not even like a brand new character that we haven't even heard of. Like, I don't know. I don't even know.
What's his superpowers?
I don't know. Come up with just something.
Pete, he's just your average guy. He's he can whip your ass with a shopping cart.
Is he overweight too?
Jim, yes. Some hillbilly ass redneck, and he can just whip some ass. So right now, if you were to go with the way the stories are, is Batman dead? Or he just got killed in one particular movie? Because that doesn't even make sense if he got killed in a movie and then 2 years later they're bringing him back out and he's now, he's back to life.
Yeah, but Superman comes back. He came back in the Justice League.
Now, who played Let's go this.
Oh, man.
Let's do this. Let's go to Superman. Listen, I got my first Cheeto fingers on a girl.
Oh, no.
During Superman, when it was Gene Hackman and Christopher Reeve.
Did Lex Luthor get your date turned on?
I don't know, but I had my hand. We were watching it, and my mom and we were watching it in our rec room, and with our shag carpeting, and we had like a blanket over us, and we were both just kind of laying on our stomachs, and I had like some pillows heaped up, and she had shorts on, and I came in from behind, and got Cheeto fingers. While we were watching, I think the original Superman. Is that the original one? This would have been. Let me give you a year, Tuttle. This would have been like 82, 83.
Yeah.
What was the very first Superman?
Well, they got them like mixed together, but Superman was 1978, but then Superman 2 was 1980, and Superman 3 was 1983.
Which one was Gene Hackman?
Christopher Reeve.
Yeah.
And Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, but I think also Richard Pryor might have been in that movie as well, too.
I wasn't looking for Richard Pryor.
That was 70. That was 78.
That was okay. It was 78. I thought I was that young when I did that. Wow, what a nasty. Wow. I could tell you her name was Stephanie. I'm not going to mention any last names because it'll get back.
Did she get back to her? My God.
Did she was she welcoming to it?
Yeah.
Or did she play hard to get on it?
Yeah, she played hard to get until I added a little more force to it. And then she was like trying to no. And I was like, come on, just let me just put my hands down here.
Why are you putting us in the middle of your rape scene?
It wasn't rape. She wanted it.
She was in ninth grade.
Wow.
And I was in 10th grade. And she was a friend of my sister's. And yeah, she was cute as hell. And that's the only thing I ever did with her. I thought that when you get Cheetos fingers on a Friday night while watching Batman, that meant something. But she ignored me at school the next day.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, I was, she did me. I think she was a little maybe embarrassed or shamed.
Who fingers on a school night?
No, it was a Friday.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a guy. You take every opportunity.
Yeah, it was a Friday during the wintertime, and I didn't have wrestling or basketball, so it was just a rare Friday night. She comes over. Her mom, she was visiting next door. The Marshall, I think she was visiting Leslie Marshall. She was Leslie Marshall's friend.
And she knocked on the wrong door.
And my sister was over there, and they were all playing. And, I told Tara, hey, why don't you bring Leslie and Stephanie over and we watch Batman? Because my mom and dad had HBO or Cinemax or whatever the hell it was. And Batman was coming on at 8 o'clock. That's before you could tape stuff and things like that. You just had to know what was around. All right, so they came over, and my mom made us some popcorn, and we were all just kind of laying there on the floor. And I had positioned myself so that Tara and Leslie were on my left side, and Stephanie was on my right side.
That's your good side.
Mm-hmm. No, not only that, but that's where you needed to be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I can't. And if I think about it, when I'm administering the Cheetos fingers technique. Lummy, I'm probably right side dominant. I'm not a switch hitter. I'm not a switch hitter on that. I'm not good on my left on that deal. So the movie starts getting real good. Leslie and Tara could probably tell you every aspect about the movie. I wasn't even watching the movie. I was obsessed with, getting down this girl's pants. I was obsessed with it. Oh. And I remember the scene. It was when Gene Hackman was Lex Luthor, and he was at this big and wherever he lives, and he's got these big icicles that he sticks into this machine.
Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, that's where I made entry.
That might have been Superman 2 then, which came out in 81.
Yeah, I think
Gene Hackman was in both.
Yeah, it was Superman 2. And right when he stuck one of those icicles in one of those machines.
Oh,
that's where I made my entry. That's where my icicle entered, which was my index finger and my middle finger. Oh, bam, right in there, buddy, like a curveball, like a Nolan Ryan curveball.
She was the first one to get the two-fisted cul-de-sac?
She was the first one just to get Cheetos.
Oh.
I didn't know.
The cul-de-sac?
I didn't know how to do any of the techniques. I was just in there jamming, going crazy. I didn't know I had no technique. I had no idea what I was doing.
What were you expecting it to feel like?
It felt great. Then when they left, I went back to my bedroom and replayed the whole scenario in my head and smelled my fingers and went crazy on myself.
Oh.
I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, And I was rubbing my crotch against the shag carpeting to create friction.
Oh, yeah, right on that seam?
Yeah.
Who needs this to start their day?
A lot of people. There's a lot of guys right now. There's a lot of guys right now be like, yep, you know what? That's how it first started for me too, Bubba. I was watching a movie with a chick under the covers.
With your sister and to the left.
With your sister and your neighbor to the left. With your neighbor's best friend to the right. And you sneak the fingers, right where they're supposed to go. You do what you can.
So she didn't put you over?
No, she didn't put me over at all. So on Monday we go to school and I'm like, hey Stephanie, what's up? She's like, what? I'm like, hey, Friday, Friday and everything. She's like, yeah, that was Friday. Today's Monday. What about it? Like, ouch. Whoa. No more Cheetos fingers for me. And then I didn't get Cheetos fingers until a year later. But at that point, then I'd advanced to past Cheeto fingers,
Oh, yeah.
I never thought I was ever going to have sex when I was
really?
Yeah, it was.
It took me to my senior year. I went clear to my senior year before I got and I lasted, honest to God, the total entry time might have been 15 seconds.
I was 21 on...
21?
Yeah, on my alcoholic program director's couch when I worked at the Crow. I was the intern, so all weekend long I'd have to drive him around because he had no driver's license.
You had sex with him?
No. I brought a girl home.
Hey, Seth, weren't you thinking the same thing the way the story was going?
Yeah, he's pretty casual about hooking up with the guy.
My alcoholic, program director's couch, I had to drive him around all weekend. There was no mention of a chick.
Yeah, no, it was pretty pathetic. But this girl, we did a.
Was she an intern too?
No, this girl, she was a big fan of mine when Ron and Fez were there, and we had this amateur strip contest, and she had never stripped before. It was at the Pink Pony in Daytona Beach. Okay,
Man, the things we used to be able to do in radio that we couldn't even sniff about doing nowadays.
She showed up, and I didn't even know she signed up for this and got out on stage. And ended up winning the strip contest.
All right, so she wins the strip contest. How do you get her back to the Crow and on the couch of your alcoholic program director?
Well,
how does A go to B?
He also had an event after the Pink Pony at Razzles across the street in Daytona Beach. So we had to go to Razzles.
What a gig hog, huh?
Yeah. But I mean, he was cut. He would break me off money because I was driving him around because he wouldn't be able to make it to these. He didn't have a driver's license. So I ended up having to drive him around, and the chick was too drunk, and I kind of like mumbled. I said, "Can I bring her back to your place?" And he was like, "I don't care. Just give me home."
All right, and so she won the stripping deal, right? And now, how did you get her back? Did she say she wanted to go back?
Oh, yeah. It's not like I abducted her or anything. Like, I mean, she said yes once. On her way to my program director's house.
Once. That's enough.
And so you take him home.
Yeah.
Does he know that you're going to use his couch?
No, but I just figured that he'd be okay with it because I had to help him get up a flight of stairs to his room.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you help him get up to his room.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're headed back to the station.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now,
do you have a station vehicle or is it just your personal vehicle?
I was driving. We had a Hummer back then. By the way.
So a station Hummer. You had the Crow Hummer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you take her. She just won the stripping contest.
Yep.
You take your alcoholic program director back to his house.
Mm-hmm.
You're now returning the station vehicle back to the station.
Yeah.
Which puts you back at the station.
And we banged on the couch in the green room.
And honest to God, it's the first time that you'd ever entered a woman.
Yeah.
And how long? Because I'll just tell you right now, my first time was I'm not going to mention any names or anything like that, but my first time upon entry was 20 seconds. Because I was just so caught up in the moment, and I could not believe that I was actually inside of a vagina, and I was actually having sex. I mean, the one thing that every masturbatory session that you've ever had since you were 12 years old, all was, leading to this. When I finally get a real piece of vagina.
It's almost like an out-of-body experience, right? Like
it's guttural. That very first orgasm is guttural, and then you feel horrible because you want to be like Johnny 15-Minute Man so that she can get something out of it. But I mean, what can a girl really get out of 15 seconds other than feeling used?
I mean, that's why I
really feel sorry for women that are men's first pieces of ass, because I'm sure there's not a lot of men that can say, "Oh yeah, my first time, man, I went like 15 straight. I was just pounding it, blasting it for 15 straight minutes." I don't think that's any. In fact, I can ask everybody in this facility. Well, how long did your first time last? Just give me a number. How long, the very first time you actually were inside of a woman, how long did it last?
58 seconds.
58?
Yes.
God, you killed me.
I did some things before because I knew I was going to be getting it.
So you relieved yourself before?
3 times before.
Oh, wow.
3, okay, cool. I didn't.
I didn't have that opportunity.
I wasn't ready for today's show.
Seth's not ready for this round of questioning.
It was 6 seconds.
So, so you feel with me. And the poor little thing, she got nothing out of it. My girl got nothing out of it. Your girl got nothing out of it.
What's a 19-year-old supposed to, I mean, what's a girl supposed to get when you're just hooking up with a...
She's supposed to be able to get hers, too. You got yours. She didn't get hers.
That young?
No, but she's a damn saint, though. I'm for real. Like, a woman that's understanding after the first time.
I know. Because you feel like such a loser. How about you, Tuttle? That, upon being on the couch... Girl just won the strip deal. Your alcoholic program director is now safe away at bed.
Yeah.
You're returning the Crow Hummer. How long did you last?
Okay,
be honest.
It's more accurate to just tell you how many thrusts I was able to get because, like, but I also went very slow, like I'm sneaking into someplace. You know? So
you cat
Was she
burglar.
passed out? Is
No,
that
You did hold on. You did the cat burglar technique.
yes, so it was kind of like.
Didn't.
Well, a lot of these scenarios have sounded like rape this morning.
I'm just saying, I thought if I didn't do the sneak in and I went too fast.
A lot of times when you sneak in, that creates too much friction, and then that'll get you over the top and through the woods too.
Yep.
So there's really for us guys, like our dad or our bigger brother or some man in our life that's older that knows about these things. None of us were ever given any instructions on how to do it.
But
Larry didn't take you aside and said, Seth, let me tell you something. When you finally get that opportunity to have intercourse with the girl, this is how you do it. My dad never did that to me. Your dad never did that to you.
It's actually one of those instincts that we're born with, I feel.
Yeah, it is. It is. And so since it is instinctual, you have no idea how to do it. And instinctual things you only get good with instinctual things through practice.
It feels like we're all these nerdy virgins, and the women that we lose our virginities to are these hardcore porn stars that we've disappointed because we couldn't rock their world like Johnny Sins.
And they're just as insecure. I'm sorry, they're just as inexperienced they're just as inexperienced as we are.
Not mine, man. Mine was experienced.
Oh, yours was?
Yeah, I found out after the fact she was definitely disappointed and experienced.
So did she go on and tell people, man, Warren only gave me,
Yeah, she told her friend.
Warren gave me less than a minute.
Yeah, we were hanging out at a pool hall, and she was pretty much telling her friend. Broke up that next day.
So I did do it a couple more times, and I went to college, and there was this big girl at a station event named Candy.
Yeah.
And I've talked about Candy where I farted in her face.
And Jeff was there.
And Jeff Bird's got sloppy seconds.
Yep.
And now I went because I was drunk, Lummy, and I was, I earlier that day had done my Lummy technique. I went a long time with her to the point where I had carpet burns on my knees.
Oh.
And I went to work the next day, and my boss is like, why do you got carpet burns on your knees? And I was like, me and Jeff Bird were wrestling around. And he goes, that's weird. And I was like, I didn't know what to say. Because I blasted this heavy girl named Candy for about an hour straight because I was drunk on Jones Hall because I was drunk on Long Island iced teas.
The pills helped me gain links.
Well, there was no pills with us.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about like narcotics and stuff.
You mean like Percocets?
Yeah, that just deadened
You mean the pills you were getting when you shut your elbow in the door?
Yeah.
To go and go into the emergency clinic to get narcotics.
Yeah, that or ecstasy. Ecstasy I couldn't even get to the finish line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's virtually impossible when you're on Molly or ecstasy.
Can you still stay rigid?
Oh, yes, yeah.
That girl probably thinks you're a rock star.
Yeah,
you can stay rigid and go for an hour nonstop.
Yeah.
She's probably thinking, my God, she didn't know that you're hooked on opiates.
Yeah, I mean, it will but if you finally do, man, I hear it's one of the best in the world.
I've often, back in the day when I was a little more promiscuous, I would incorporate some opioids in my setup, and I could go for an extremely long time. But also achieve an orgasm, and like women would be like, oh, man, that's unbelievable.
But Jim brings up a good point in chat. He says, so you told a guy at work that wrestling with a dude in your dorm room was better than saying you got laid?
I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say because I was an intern / part-timer at the radio station, and I didn't know if like taking home groupie bitches from the fourth quarter bar was acceptable. And if I was going to get in trouble for that, I didn't know. And Lummy, I had ran up a really, really large tab that I'd already got in trouble for.
Oh.
So, because I was like, we had a free tab, so I went hog wild on the deal. It was like, this is back in 1986, and so it was like $180 tab back in 86. Jeez. And I already had to go talk to the general manager about I had to go work that tab off. They were going to take it out of my paycheck. So when he asked me, why are my knees all scraped up and stuff, I'm not going to say, well, because I racked up a $185 Long Island iced tea bill because I was getting this big girl just absolutely blasted.
Takes a while.
Drunk so that she would have sex with me and Jeff Bird. And that's why I have, no.
That makes good
Just
point.
kind of gayed myself out and said that I was wrestling with Jeff on the carpet.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
My biceps are actually sore. I think I hit him too hard with the 20s.
Soreness is good.
I know. Oh, especially if someone's rubbing it. Okay, I gotta go clean myself off with the hose outside. It was a lot to hear. Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, where we just told a story that involves 7 rapes, 4 murders, 2 sexual assaults.
Poor Val Kilmer.
It's really funny.
Morning, group of lips.
Man, Val Kilmer fucked Angelina Jolie and Cher.
Who?
Val Kilmer.
Oh, who? Angelina
Cher and Angelina Jolie. And, oh no one on her too. Hold on. Oh, he was with Cindy Crawford.
Oh, in the 90s?
Mm-hmm. That's a whole pull.
Yeah. Especially in the 90s, that's when she was...
Yeah, she's still fucking hot.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's when she was, like, on top of it. But he was a stud.
Good morning, everybody. What's up, grumpy old biker? What's up, Dave Rock 69? Destroy it all or nothing. Cash, how are you? How much hair did they take off? Was it all on the floor?
I know
It feels
someone
better.
was trying to argue that the first Batman was Adam West, but that wasn't a movie.
Go to TV.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell this person.
He only wanted the films, right? I thought.
Huh?
He only wanted
Yeah,
the films.
that's what I thought. Someone saying that there was a movie with it. I'm like,
Oh my God.
I can't find it.
No, I don't think there was.
Superman, I guess there's a new one coming out.
How did pigmentation go yesterday?
Yeah, there is.
I thought it went pretty good.
In May.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But they're kind of going back to the older style, keeping it a little bit more retro with the new Superman.
Oh, really?
Yeah. James Gunn, the guy that did all the Guardians movies, Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever, like he...
James Gunn got canceled for a minute.
Yeah, he did for some old thing, because he used to be like... But they were like really, really, really old tweets.
Yeah, they were. It wasn't a good look, but everybody, all the actors had his back. Yeah.
Yeah, they were
Batista and shit.
Yeah, they were like, no, man, you need to bring him back. So he did the third one, and then, but they gave James Gunn, like, he went from Marvel, but they gave James Gunn the whole, like, he is in control of the DC cinematic universe.
Who is?
James Gunn. Like, he's directing the next Superman, which the trailers, a lot of people aren't digging it so far, but I have faith in them.
Why? Because it's...
Because they're doing the older school style.
Isn't it hard to judge stuff off a trailer?
Yeah, I think. Only thing I think is fucking dumb is Astro the dog. Why do they have to include Superman's dog in the damn movie? Which
In this one?
yeah.
We could probably make a short out
Comics.
of Bubba gets Cheetos fingers for the first time.
Okay.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I so erroneously forgot to take care of 843 Bubba yesterday. By the way, Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
Hall of Famer 843 Bubba. $100 in the PayPal. Thank you so very much, my friend. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at The Bubba Army. I'm sure our merchandising numbers won't be nearly as big for April as March because Bubba Army Volume 25 killed it for March. So that was a huge number. Thank you. Hopefully the people will go and let me spend the next 20 some odd days ordering the Fat Man Dunks 3, which will give April a good merchandise. And listen, it all goes into the same pot. Whether it's the podcasting revenue or the merch revenue or the PayPal that you give us or the subscription that you buy on Bubba Army HQ, it all goes to the same crock pot.
The bottom line.
That help pay the bills. And I'm so very, very fortunate. Thank you for having such a loyal fan base. And again, such a large footprint. I'm working on with somebody to better analyze our numbers, digitally and podcasts and things like that, where I might be able to prove, not that this is going to get me anywhere or it means anything, but it's just an interesting statistic. Now, like on YouTube and on Facebook and other, and somewhat a little bit on podcasting, it'll tell you your top cities.
Nice.
And how many people are watching or how many watching hours or minutes or views that you'll have on particular cities. And I had a person reach out to me about 2 weeks ago, and they're looking at various pieces of data. But do you know that we might have, even if you take regular FM radio, and you use it as, and you put them in the same category as us, we might have the highest cuming morning show if you take all of our platforms and combine, which that's the amount of people that are watching and or listening. If you take the amount of listens on Bubba Army HQ, you take the amount of views, live views as they're happening on YouTube, you take the amount of live views as they're happening on Rumble, you take the amount of live views as they're happening on X, Twitch, Facebook, and in conjunction with our Cume on AM 820, 96.3. What are the two repeaters we got? Macho Man 96, 98. Is it 98.3 in Pinellas?
Yes.
98. A lot of people listen to us over that.
96.7 Tampa.
And you take all of that, we could very well have, and it's looking like it's not even close. And I'm like, oh my God, for real? It's like, yeah, more people watch you or listen to you by your various platforms than any other FM radio station in Tampa digitally. I didn't know that. I didn't even know that was, we could find those particulars out. But I got this company working on it. They're really gonna. But I mean, that would help you too, Lummy, as you're out trying to sell the show and things like that. And we're trying to get guests.
I mean, doesn't that mean that it's just bigger than the biggest morning show in Tampa.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's really not a whole lot of big names.
But if you can say that, if I get these statistics and I can prove them, anybody can say it, but you have to have the statistics to back them up. You can then go to clients. It gives you kind of a different perspective on the amount of people in a particular area that might be listening to your show that normally people wouldn't think of you in that category. If somebody was to say, hey, who's the most listened to morning person in Tampa radio?
That's right.
People wouldn't think of us, but they should, because we probably are, and I might have the statistics. I do have the statistics, and I'm going to be able to show you this. And here's the thing. And Seth, I know you're a big believer on this. When you get digital stats, those are real stats. Those aren't estimates. Those aren't this concoction of how many people listen per 15 minutes multiplied by if you weighted. It's that number's weighted if you're African American or Latino. That number's not weighted if you're a white person. Divided by how many minutes you listen to. No, when digital numbers and the numbers that I'll be able to prove are real live hook-ons, meaning somebody hooked on to one of your platforms and it's proven that they were there for however long. It's not estimates at all. A lot of people don't know that. Like, Seth, when we give our download podcast numbers, that's not an estimate. That's how many people downloaded it and or listened to it.
Absolutely.
From whatever city. So that's not an estimate. So I'm excited about working with this, and it's a marketing place, Lummy, and it's going to cost a little bit, but I'd like to get this report.
Gives you a little bit of a swagger when you're walking into places too.
Well, I mean, it gives you some ammunition.
Oh, that's you have an answer when they ask you a question.
Attorney, this is cool. I would call this cool. The guy that killed the Luigi Mangione, the guy who killed the UnitedHealthcare CEO in cold-blooded, just basically in a premeditated, cold-blooded murder as the CEO of UnitedHealthcare was walking out of his hotel room to go to a speech or a gathering of something like that, and this Luigi Mangione, was it Mangione? He was kind of standing behind like kind of like a little cub, like a niche, if you will, and literally shot him execution style and killed him.
Yeah.
And do you notice how, man, that was such a big deal and is such a shocking deal, but it's already gone through the news cycle and nobody knows it. And nobody's paying any attention to it.
And we won't get cameras in because this is a federal, right? There won't be any cameras.
No, it may not be a federal, though. It may be a state of New York thing.
What says I've directed federal prosecutors to seek the I'm just...
Maybe federal took over, Seth, because the guy is not from New York.
And he crossed state lines.
To get there. I don't know, but I feel much better knowing, listen, Pam Bondi and the federal government and the current federal government that we have in today's, they're going to kill and go after this guy for the death penalty more so than the state of New York.
I wonder if he ever tried to mentally prepare himself for life in prison or, getting the death penalty, or if he just thought there's no way I'm going to get caught.
Yeah. And hadn't he already started making, like, they didn't catch him right away, did they?
It was like a day or two.
They caught him in McDonald's in Pennsylvania, I believe.
But he was on the run.
Yes.
I mean, he wasn't in the vicinity as to where he killed the guy.
No,
he was 2 states away.
Yeah, he wasn't good at being on the run. Didn't he have the gun on him when they...
He had everything on him.
And all this money.
But Pam Bondi, obviously huge Tampa ties, is now the Attorney General for the United States of America. Yesterday comes out and says Luigi Mangione's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and a father of 2 young children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. And after careful consideration, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty. in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again. I like it. I personally like it. I am a proponent of the death penalty when you absolutely have the case lock, stock, and barrel, locked up. There's no other person. You got surveillance on it. You got DNA. This didn't happen in a field somewhere, and there's just happens to be a couple coincidence of guilt with regards to Luigi, and there's a little bit of his blood on the deal. I mean, this was caught on a surveillance camera. The guy, no pun intended, they got him dead to rights. He did it. There's no other person that could have done it. There's no other people they're even investigating. This is when you go after the death penalty. And I got a question for. I think I've actually asked this trivia question before, so I really expect one of you to get it right. But federally, there's only one place. Like now, if you're a state that still recognizes the death penalty, there's various forms of. They have the electric chair, they have the firing squad. I think one state still has the gas chamber. I don't think any states have hanging anymore.
No, they have hanging. Wasn't it South Carolina? No, there is a state that has it.
Okay, but there's different ways. And I think each state that recognizes the death penalty has it at their main state prison. There's only one. At every state that has the death sentence, they only have it at one. They're only equipped to have this piece of equipment that kills you, whatever it may or may not be, at one prison, the main state prison. Like the one in Florida is in Stark.
Yes.
That's our main state prison. There's only one place in America that they can kill you federally.
That's right.
Terre Haute, Indiana.
Oh.
Terre Haute, Indiana is the only federal place to get killed via the death.
Why is that?
I don't know. I do not know. And I think one of the last, I think there's been some, but the last high-profile person to get killed federally in Terre Haute was Timothy McVeigh, the guy with the Oklahoma City bombing.
Oh, yeah.
They killed him. And so if Luigi Mangione does get, sentenced, and he goes through his trial, he's found guilty, then I think they usually have to have a whole nother trial. I think they find you guilty, and then do they have to have another trial as to whether the jurors agree to give you the death penalty? And I think it has to be unanimous, or because it used to be the judge would take the jury's recommendation,
mm-hmm.
and then he would impose the sentence. But I think that they've kind of watered that down and tried to save their ass a little bit more and insulate themselves a little bit. Because, to kill somebody is, that's, as the government to kill, I believe in it, but a lot of people, it's very controversial.
No, it looks like they did have a death, someone, 2021, so after Timothy McVeigh. They've killed 16 people there.
All right. I know the most high-profile one was McVeigh, but I know they've had some since. But yeah. I want to know, once you're sentenced federally to death, what's the protocol of that? Now, does the jury have to unanimously decide to kill you? Is it a majority? Or does the judge make the sentence?
I think they took it out of the judge's hands. I think it was more of a lot of people were calling into questioning, well, why are we having the jury vote on it? If the judge is having a bad day, he could just be like, well, we're killing him anyways.
I know in Florida, you're right. I think in Florida, they took the aspect of the judge being able to put that sentence on a guy or a girl and put it back to the jury. So now after the jury finds you guilty of a particular crime, if the state is seeking the death penalty, they have to reconvene and vote on that. And then within that, it's a majority. So like it's not, 6-5 or, it has to be all or none.
I think they're reaching with this death penalty thing because, once again, you have to have everybody has to agree with it. You get one sympathetic person on that jury that says, listen, he's guilty, but I don't think he should get the death penalty or
yeah,
whatever.
but here's the deal then. Okay, then he gets life in prison.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Casey Anthony where they went for the death penalty, and since they did not get that, then that got pleaded down to like second-degree homicide, and then she's now got a reality show or a podcast.
Yeah.
So I think this is like, his best day in court. Well, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to find him innocent. I mean, all you got to do is watch the tape.
But all you have to do is also have family members that have been screwed over by insurance companies to have a little bit of
sympathy.
Yeah.
You make one unbelievable argument. You're right. You get a guy on there whose mom, could have maybe have made it, but the insurance company was slow on getting her approved or even a denial, and he's like, man, that guy deserved it. And you only get and you're
one
right,
shot.
Seth. You get one of those persons on the jury, and a guy walks.
Oh, he's he was the people's champion for a while. I mean, he's still getting love letters, a ton of them almost every single day in prison. I mean, he's a handsome man, so that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, the taper fade.
These girls are thirsty.
Yeah, they're a little bit thirsty, but I mean, a lot of people obviously sympathized with him.
I mean, you're right. I mean, as much as I am on the other side of the deal with regards to, okay, the tape shows it, the guy did it, it's a no-brainer. Seth's right. You have to put, is it going to be 11? Is it going to be 6? I think it's 11. I think it's 11 jurors.
And don't you only get to strike a few out?
Well, each side could get like 4 or 5 preemptive strikes. So that's called voir dire, and that's where they pick a jury. But Seth's right in the fact that, like, some woman or some man, husband or aunt or dad or just somebody that is associated with their family got a particular procedure denied by maybe not even United, maybe another health company. This guy, Brian Thompson doesn't have to necessarily mean, it's just a United thing. He represents, the head of healthcare at that point.
Yep.
And so, you get one guy that says, I'd still have my mom here today had the insurance company stepped up and done the right thing. I think this guy's a hero. Almost like, Seth, like when the guy when he was in the phone booth and acting like he was talking on the phone and the bad guy had raped his daughter, and when he came by, the guy shot him in the head. The jury cleared that guy. And they're like, yeah, we could see where a guy would want to, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the guy at the airport, right?
Yeah.
Where they're bringing him in. Gary played show or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking about a movie.
No, real life.
This is in real life. There was this guy, I think it was in the courthouse, though, Tuttle. And I know it was when payphones were still around. And so this bad guy had raped his daughter. And either killed or raped. I think killed.
Actually, I think it was his son.
His son, okay.
Yeah.
Had killed one of his children, either killed or raped one of his children. And so the guy somehow sneaked.
Yeah, Gary Plotch, I think his name was.
Show.
Tell me, read the story, Lummy.
I'm trying to find the video right now, if you want.
I don't know if we can play it.
Okay.
I mean, I think it shows him blowing this guy's face off.
Yeah, I didn't know if Seth.
So this guy named Gary, Seth, is sitting, and they have to take the prisoner down like this hallway into the courtroom, and this bad guy had. Does it say, Lummy, what he did, like to Gary's family? Who?
Looks like he killed.
His son.
Kidnapped and raped. Nope, he just kidnapped and raped him.
His son.
His son.
All right, so this bad guy kidnapped and raped his son. And this Gary dude was acting like he was talking on the payphone.
It was in an airport when he was getting escorted.
When they were extraditing him, like from one city to,
Yeah.
So he was in an airport, and they were, taking the bad guy from one city to the city that he was going to be tried in. And this bad guy had raped and kidnapped his son. And so he acted like, and he knew the path that the deputies would be walking down, to the car pickup and what have you. And he was acting like he was talking on a payphone. And as soon as the guy came beside him, he blew his head off
with the .357 Magnum.
Yeah, and it didn't hit one. It didn't hit any cop. got the guy completely killed him, and that guy went to trial, Seth, and they cleared him.
Oh, you know what? I remember seeing the footage now. I didn't know they cleared him at all. That's great.
He walked.
Yeah.
He walked.
Was that in this country?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sent you the video, Bubba. I found on YouTube.
I don't know.
I might have to watch it before Macho Man plays it. Yeah, Macho, don't play it, okay, bud? Because it's even giving me a warning, a violent description, yippee-yo here.
You can put people dying on YouTube?
Well,
yeah, it's behind a, yeah. Right.
Here we go. So, Seth, here we go.
And what year was it? This? Looks like it's
1984.
1984.
Oh, okay.
My senior year. Do not play this, Macho Man. So here's the scumbag right here is being escorted. Now, this guy right here, he had raped and kidnapped the dude named Gary, the dad, his son.
Yeah.
Let me see.
1984, when authorities escorted 25-year-old Jeffrey Doucette through the Baton Rouge airport to face charges of kidnapping and sexual assault on
hold on. I mean, it doesn't really show.
It doesn't show blood.
No.
12-year-old boy. The victim.
Yeah, you know what? I think we can play this.
That was the dad?
I think got the hat.
Yeah, the dad had the hat on, the trucker hat on.
Dude, that's a slick move, man.
Is that not slick as hell? And not only that, Seth, but of course they yoked him up and put him in jail. But he went to trial and they said, nah, you're good, buddy. I'd do the same thing if somebody did that to my kid.
Man,
Here
it's
it is.
March of 1984, when authorities escorted 25-year-old Jeffrey.
Acting like he's on this. He's acting like he's on the payphone.
Oh, that's a big gun, right?
357.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got the phone receiver in this hand.
And there's the
there's the gun.
Oh, the phone receiver. I thought that was the gun.
No, that's the phone receiver. The gun's down here. The gun's down here, and then
through the
goes up.
Oh, I see it. I see his hair fly right there. Fly up.
Baton Rouge airport to face charges of kidnapping and sexual assault on a 12-year-old boy. The victim's father suddenly appeared, shot Doucette while news cameras were rolling. The father, 39-year-old Leon Gary Plauche, pleaded no contest to a reduced charge of manslaughter and today received a suspended sentence with 5 years probation.
Suspended sentence, 5 years probation.
Whoa.
The judge said
He looked like the Macho Man a little bit.
prison
It's
was
funny,
served no...
Bubba. As soon as he got shot, like the cop goes down to see if he's okay.
Yeah.
I
I think they're kind of scrambling around like what's going on here and for them to get their bearings.
full purpose.
Man, we used to be a proper country.
So anyway, Pam Bondi, man, she's like, we're going after you, Luigi Mangione. And here's the deal. I would say they probably will get what they want. I would say they probably will. But Seth makes a really, really good point. It only takes one person on that jury. Listen, and every one of us in this room has been screwed. So statistically, everybody in this room at one time has had some kind of scrape up or dust up or a denial on a legitimate health concern, health claim. Every one of us have. Every one of us have had a problem with the healthcare system, and it's way too expensive. Most of us can't afford it. And all too often, we've all had them tell us no on a particular procedure that we needed to get. Now, if we collectively, all six or however many of us are in this room, have had problems with the national healthcare system, or I should say the private healthcare system, you don't think that there's a high probability of the 300 or 400 people they're going to interview to be one of the 11 jurors on this case in federal court in New York that they haven't had the same type of situation we have? Statistically, it says yes. And all the guy's got to say is, nope. I'm glad all 10 of you guys want to kill this guy, but I'm not doing it. And it either ends up hung or the guy walks. Can you imagine if the guy walked?
I have a weird feeling he's gonna be able to get off.
Really? He might walk.
I don't know why. I shouldn't have a feeling about this at all.
How mad would that make Pam Bondi?
Well, how mad with her? I mean, I don't even know where this guy would go.
And he's got from what I'm reading, the guy's got one of the best female lawyers that money can buy.
Luigi?
Yes.
Well, anyway, Pam Bondi came out yesterday and showed her cards, and she says, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crimes and make America safe again. Hey, listen, I agree with you, Pam Bondi, but it only takes one person that's had a bad experience with healthcare that won't give out, that won't give in, says, listen, man, we can sit here and filibuster for 5 weeks. I ain't changing my mind. Then it comes back to the judge as a hung jury, and they just don't let the guy go. They do it again.
But how many tries do you think they would get? Or are they going to keep trying until they get this guy?
I think they would get 2. I think they would get 2. Lummy, it's been brought to my attention that are on our Instagram account.
Yes.
That Linda Hogan obviously watched.
Sure, yeah, she did.
And also Matt Joyce's father has watched.
Yes.
We're getting reports back on that. We might have Matt Joyce, former Ray, former Brave, was born and raised in Tampa.
Oh, yeah.
We might have his father on Clem and Cush next Tuesday. I can't really say much more than that. So Matt Joyce's father found one of our Instagrams entertaining enough to reach out to Lummy and give him some information. Linda Hogan reached out to us via our Instagram, and where's the message at? Let me see.
I sent you the screenshot, but if you go to,
is this the screenshot right here?
Yes.
Okay. So
just make it easier.
Here, now, should I play it?
Yeah, might as well. Oh, there it is. You can see it on the screen
right
now.
there.
Yeah, right there it is.
At the top, right there.
Right here. Right where I'm at, right?
Yeah, but I'm seeing the message. It's right there, yeah.
To the right of your
mouse.
mouse.
Okay, yeah. So Linda Hogan says, Bubba, Linda Hogan, who's validated and got a check mark, Bubba, you need to stop it. I've never been anything but kind to you and your family. Let me see. Few replies. Nobody else said much. Just some laughter.
Yeah, laughter.
Now, where do I got to get the volume for this right here. Here we go. Steve said what he needed to do to protect his. So by the way, this all started with Linda Hogan having sitting by the pool, probably downed 2 bottles of wine. She went the day before in for some Botox filler type treatment. She's got bruising all over her face. She's drunk as a monkey. And she does this Linda Hogan type meltdown on Instagram. We then, Lummy, the next day, editorialize about her drunkenness.
Yes.
And her then Brooke's husband, Steve, former Pittsburgh Penguin, former minor league hockey player, really good guy from what I've been told, is Brooke's new husband. And he reaches out and sticks up for his wife against Linda. And then we get involved. We read Steve's response, Lummy, and then I give my own 2 cents, having been with the family on no less than 15 family vacations, probably 100 family dinners. And so I give my spin on things. Family, and this just isn't Steve spouting off. He is defending his wife and now his 2 children. And as a real man, he finds it necessary to address these allegations. And again, I saw it all. I went on 15 family vacations with them. I was the witness. I was the guy that was over there 5 days a week working out and seeing all this. I knew it all and I saw it all. And that's why I was called as the expert witness during their divorce, of which I have tape. TMZ. You want to see something? I'll bring it to you. We're going to see them ask me, Mr. Clem, did you single-handedly witness any abuse at all? I saw Linda call Brooke fat and the C word, slap her across the face probably 4 or 5 times, kick her in the legs, just belittle her, pull her hair. Well, what caused all this? Nothing. What do you mean? Well, Brooke didn't seem to do anything. Brooke didn't spill her glass of Coca-Cola at the table during dinner. She wasn't talking back and being disrespectful. She was just being a kid, and that got her ass beat uncomfortably more than people would know. So Lummy, that's the truth. That's what I saw.
That's what you saw.
Well, Linda didn't like that.
Oh.
And she not only said, you need to stop. You don't listen. Do you notice in her response, Seth? She doesn't deny it.
Nope.
She just says, stop it. She didn't say, Bubba, you are absolutely wrong. That is just horrible to spread that type of nonsense.
I'm going to sue you.
Which, by the way, her and Hogan together are the most litigious people in the world. She just says, stop it.
Kind of seems like she wants you to reach out to her.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Would you interview her?
Sure.
If she wanted to come on the show?
Yeah.
Well, we tried to interview her, then she blocked us. So we must.
So if you look now, Lummy, that was
just a screenshot of the message, so to make it easier.
But we have been blocked.
Yes.
We have been blocked by Linda Hogan.
Yeah.
Maybe, Lummy, we can somehow get a hold of her and, have her on the show.
Yeah, I'll try to reach out to a different way.
She's full hot because Hogan's making a ton of money on this beer. Or making a ton of money doing whatever the hell. Now, remember, Lummy, we've shown reports that she was, granted 40% of everything that he made post-divorce.
Yeah, I think it's what Babyface said. He looked it up and saw.
Wait, she got some of the court settlement?
Hold on. She got Linda Hogan got 70% right off the top when they divorced, which was equivalent to about 15 or 20 million.
Ooh.
Then she got a 40% all earnings kick. Like anything that he earned past the divorce, she got a 40% kicker on. Now, I don't know if Hogan, flim-flammed that a lawsuit is not considered income. I don't know. Maybe that happened. But she blew through her money.
Oh, she did.
She blew through her money. She went out to L.A., had to live like in Holly Hills and, play the game. And, she pretty much supported her mom and dad, Gail Claridge, and the Claridges pretty much supported all them through all of that. And now she's back here locally in Sarasota. So, we could have. Let's reach out and see if she wants to come on the show.
I'll try.
I'll be like, listen, Linda, I'm just going to tell you what I saw firsthand.
I mean, it's like I gotta get her before.
But we're blocked.
Yeah, because when we did reach out, that's around the time that we got blocked. So she might have been a little drunk too, because it was at night.
I mean, she likes to drink, man.
What's her drink of choice?
Red wine.
Oh, that's a hangover.
Red wine, and the thing about it is, man, she's fun for the first, half a bottle. She is fun.
There's a turning point for her.
Yeah, it's about right there at the 1 bottle mark. And then she turns into, quite frankly, one of the meanest persons I've ever known.
Like, would she be mean to you?
Oh, yeah. Terry, it's time for Bubba to leave. Oh, I mean, yeah, just one time. So one time, it was a Saturday. I pulled in. They had this huge big circular driveway. And Hogan, the number one rule is because she always had she had so many dogs and animals. She actually had a full-time person that took care of her animals, her iguanas and her.
Is she a bird lady too?
She's a bird lady, and she's every stray dog lady, and so she had this mulatto Cuban Hispanic man named George, who was kind of the groundskeeper and took care of the animals. Well, when I first started hanging out with Hogan, he's like, listen, brother, there's only really a couple rules around here. One, stay off of Liz and his radar. Stay off her radar. He called her Big Thick. Stay off of Big Thicks. Because she had a pretty face and nice jugs, but she had these really muscular, not even fat, like really, really muscular ham hocks. Like she would wear a T-back and she could pull it off.
Wow.
She could wear a T-back with her ass hanging out and pull it off, but it was like her ass was like a grasshopper. Like it was like a real powerful, thick ass.
She could squat.
Not a fat ass at all. A real thick, powerful ass. So Hogan would call her Big Thick. So he would be like, just stay off of Big Thick's radar. And the only rule is this: when you're pulling in, because I had my own gate clicker, so I'd hit the gate clicker. That's how that's how entrenched I was to the family, Lummy, is I had my own gate clicker.
Nice.
Much like, Tuttle, I think you have your own clicker here, don't you?
Yes, I do.
People that are part of the show, Brian has his own clicker. If you're part of the show, you don't have to stop by our keypad and dial in a number. You got a clicker. When we ask for your clicker, that's not a good thing. So I got my own clicker, and Hogan's like, the only thing you got to be careful is don't pull in the driveway fast. Go super slow, because there's usually 1 or 2 or 3 of big, thick dogs out there, in the way. And if you would actually hit one of those dogs, it would be lights out for all of us. So I would consciously hit the clicker, let the doors open up all the way, and then literally nudge my car, ride the brake and just nudge my car where I needed to put it.
You hated it.
And so, it didn't matter. So then I would go down the side of the house. I wouldn't even go through the main house. There was a side entrance into the gym, and that's where I'd walk into the gym. Hogan would be ready. We'd train. So one Saturday I do this. It's about 10 o'clock. All of a sudden, I pull in real slow. I go to the side of the gym, and me and Hogan are getting ready to putting our sweatshirts on and stuff like that. All of a sudden, she comes down and she throws a glass bowl at me. Like, I'm talking about probably from me to you, Tuttle. That's all we are.
Oh, wow.
A glass bowl, like a bowl you would mix like cake batter up with or something. Uh-huh. It misses me, and it hits the refrigerator behind me. And she goes, "You pulled in way too fast. What if one of my dogs were out there and you would have hit it? You are to never get. Where's your clicker?" I go, my clicker is in my car. And Hogan goes, "Come on, Linda, man, don't take us clear, Zicker. Don't take us clear, Zicker." And so I got my clicker saved on that particular moment, but I did have to clean up the glass that she threw. Hogan was afraid of her.
Really?
I'm just telling. Oh yeah.
Well, that'd be a normal man's reaction.
Hogan was absolutely bona fidely scared of her, like we all were. Nick was scared. Brooke was scared to death. And I was scared. She scared everybody. And then pour wine, put 2 glasses of wine in her. Oh, my God. She was the meanest battle axe ever.
Did she go after Jimmy Hart at all?
No, poor little frail Jimmy Hart. She'd snap Jimmy in half. "Oh my God, I'm getting attacked by sexy dick. Oh my God, Terry, help me out. Your wife is attacking me. She weighs 100 more pounds than me, and she's got that big ass muscle." She hated Brutus.
Oh, for real?
She hated Brutus. She hated Brian Knobbs. She liked Macho Man until that went south. And she hated me because she thought Terry and I were gay.
Wait, no.
No, she did. She thought Terry and I were gay.
I could see why.
Because Hogan wasn't and here's the deal. Hogan wasn't blasting me, but he wasn't blasting her either. He was so over her. And so he'd be like, "Brother, so we came home from dinner last night, and Big Thick is just drunk as hell. She's wanting to have sex, and she's just sloppy. So I faked it and acted like I took a Ziz, Annie, and I phys-aced it."
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Fucking Hogan.
Just doesn't want to die.
No, don't die there, waiting.
Well, will you send me the address of that place when you get a chance?
Sorry, yeah, I haven't even.
No, you're good.
My bad.
I just want to see how far it is. What up, Thomas? Oh, shit. Ooh. Let's make noises with our mouth. Does pulled up mean it pulled up to your house?
Grady, you okay, Mama?
Tornado has pulled up.
What does that mean?
Does that mean go back up into the sky?
Oh, I think it might have been. Yeah, it's where it goes back. It sucks its wiener back up into its.
That's a good sign.
Go outside, broadcast live show us the elements.
Yeah, show us the wiener coming out of the
Do a storm chaser live.
of the tornado. I sent you.
Okay, thanks, man. What up, Thomas? What's up, Fred? He's doing good. I think he's going home today. What's up, Nick? What up, Raymond? Jay Bowler, you snake in the grass.
Yep.
She can't see anything. This is scary. What's up, Felix? Thank you, Nick. I had to fucking get out of those guys. Wouldn't fucking stop throwing fucking scenarios at me.
Who?
Oh, Craig and Rio yesterday. I had to go see my dad, and they just kept fucking with me. I was like, I gotta get out of here, guys. That podcast normally ends when I just have somewhere to be.
Oh, dude, did I show you the? I didn't post it anywhere, but Kristen put it up on her thing. We won and saw one of the best launches we've ever seen before. So you can see how it's lightning back here in the back. You can see it, but because it's way out there. Hold on, but then you can see. Let me get to the part where.
What time is it?
Like 10 o'clock.
Okay.
See if I look, you can see lightning, bam, bam, bam.
Oh, man.
And then you'll see the launch, bam, right there.
Wow, that's actually cool. I don't think I'd want to see a day. Wait, now is that SpaceX?
Yeah, but this was manned astronauts though too, because they're studying the poles. They're down in Antarctica, and they're also they're going up to the North Pole.
Dude, it used to be such a big deal anytime someone would go into space, and now I feel like it's not even on the radar. But SpaceX seems to do a lot of launches. Right?
Oh yeah, of course, yes.
Because I mean, when they were just doing shit from like the Kennedy space, or when they were just doing shit for NASA, it was rare when they would go up, wasn't it?
Yeah. Me and Kristen went out there like for 2 weeks straight to watch the very final.
But what segment would you want to put the Stein stuff on for the hot mic?
The one before him.
Okay.
So like at 9.
Okay.
9, like 9:10.
Okay.
9:05.
No, I've not watched Invincible. Did finish the final episode of Reacher, and I gotta tell you, it was the best season so far.
To me, it just seems too fucking campy.
That's important. I mean, the Jack Reacher books are like.
I don't know. I mean, I started watching. I got to the 3rd episode, and I was just like, "This seems like a fucking Nut Hut production." Or am I wrong?
I like it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Don't forget, it's one of our last days off in a long time. We're going to have a really long run. Unless something pops up.
Are you looking forward to LJ?
I'm not looking forward to the drive because I think we're going to get really spring breaked out, to be honest with you. But I'm going up to Tom's property in LJ, Georgia. He just, he has 63 acres of property that he's building this brand new log home.
Nice. And
I'm taking my tree frog skag deal up there to go and help clear some of the slopes and things like that.
Oh,
so it's going to be kind of a working day. We're leaving tomorrow right after the show. Like, he's going to pick me up at 10:05, and we're going to the track to pick up the tree frog, and then headed to LJ. I think it's an 8-hour drive from here.
Who's driving?
Well, he is. I'm not driving.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if you're going to merge
because
drive.
I think no, she's not even going.
Oh,
yeah,
it's a boys' trip.
It's a boys' trip.
Heck
so
yeah.
So we'll probably work We'll probably work Friday, most of all Friday. I can get it all done on Friday, half on Saturday. Then we're trying to get out of there on Saturday so that we can blow through Atlanta, at night, at night on Saturday night, and get home late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. Because I literally need like a day to get back on track.
What? From a car ride?
No, he's gonna be working. You heard he's gonna be clearing out fields.
I didn't know.
63 acres.
Listen, anytime I travel, I always try to give myself all day Sunday to just basically rest and kind of defrag and get ready for Monday. I've now upped I wake up now at 3:30, Lummy. I was waking up at 3:50, but 3:30, I can now get my poop in.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Rubber City's on the news.
Rubber City's on the news?
Yeah, they just had Rubber City's on Channel 10.
Now, wow, I wish I could pop that through.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I just want to tell you I saw it. I couldn't be quiet about
There's Caesar.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. We're going to charge 25% more for these tires that we're slinging back here.
Yeah, that's what about the tariffs that are to be collected on Thursday.
So now, are the tariffs that are going to be collected on Thursday, are those only things that are coming from Mexico and Canada?
Well, isn't today supposed to be Liberation Day, or was that yesterday?
What do you mean?
Well, that was the day that all the tariffs that United States was liberating themselves from being taken advantage by other countries.
What I'm saying is, so they just showed our good friend Caesar, who owns a little mom and pop tire shop called Rubber City, which Seth has fallen in love with because that's who works on Seth's car now exclusively.
Well, I wonder what their tariff issue is going to be, because remember Gene said that his like purple paint came from Canada and they were charging like $600 more for it.
Well, he was like, the most of my paint doesn't come from Canada, but I do got a couple exotic colors that do come from Canada, and those are going to be 25% more. So Is it only things that are coming from Canada and Mexico that get the 25% kick up, or
and China?
Oh, and China.
Mm-hmm.
So everything from China, Mexico, and Canada are getting a 25% kick up.
Yeah, and he's also one to add
Now, what would make him not do that? If they would reciprocate and make it more even for us? I mean, am I assuming that they put tariffs on our stuff and this is fighting their tariffs?
Yeah.
I don't know. Can somebody that knows more about this tell me about it?
It's for the tariffs that, for us to export to their countries. They
reciprocal.
Yeah. So, that's why you don't see a lot of Fords or Chevy trucks over in Europe, because there's a 50-60% tariff on it.
Imposed by them.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Meaning, so like if Ford was to ship to Italy, it would get Italy would
a truck would, instead of costing $30,000, cost like $70,000.
So now, is this do these tariffs go away if they say, okay, we're going to stop tariffing you if you stop tariffing us?
Not necessarily, because he's wanting people to do production in America. So
he's wanting people that are getting things from Canada, Mexico, and China to get things from America.
Yes, or move your plants here and start building here.
But doesn't he realize that the reason why Ford and Chevy and Toyota and some of these companies have huge manufacturing plants in Mexico is because they can save so much money, but because the same worker, the same American lazy-ass worker won't do it for the price they can get it done there? Or is he saying, you know what, pay that lazy-ass worker a ton of money and he'll do the job, and everything is going. You think it was inflation during Biden? You think that, the little egg gate that we had pissed you off? Wait till your $57,000 F-150 is now $87,000. Wait till that happens.
And car parts too.
Everything. Wait till that T-shirt that was made in China, that's 20, whatever, is now $50. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, it looks like a lot of companies are bringing their plants here. Apple put $500 billion in a U.S. facility. Looks like there's a lot of car manufacturing.
But to me, it looks like this is a long-term problem that's trying to be fixed in a short-term way. And I think it's going to cause and this is just my opinion, and I could be wrong, but I think it's going to cause sticker shock amongst Americans. And if you think the inflation we just went through Biden was bad, that was just a few. I mean, everything is going to cost more, a lot more. And we did it to ourselves, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Does he have this thing planned out? Does he got a plan? What's the plan? Made in the USA? I mean, is that the plan? Do you not know that we've tried that and that economically things will be double? But our paychecks aren't going to be double.
Nope.
Our wages don't go up with the cost of goods. A guy that's manufacturing that 2x4 might make a little bit more, but not to even out the cost of that 2x4 being double of what it was. I don't know. I'm not a very smart person when it comes to all this type of sort of thing. I can't forecast what's going to happen. I don't know what both sides of the fence are saying. I don't know what Trump's saying is going to happen. I don't know what the Democrats are saying is going to happen. I don't know what the people that try to report the news fairly are saying what's going to happen. Can any of you guys help me out? What are people saying?
It's a mix. It's kind of a mix 50-50 on people saying that the tariffs are going to help out and bring prices down.
I cannot see that happen.
It's going to be raising the prices of it. Because
Rick James says Trump has balls and getting production back in the USA. That sounds good, Rick. That does sound good. But can you and me and Seth and Lummy and Macho Man, can we really afford that?
No, but it's not going to be just the countries can't. We're not saying they can't import their products with the tariffs. He will lower the tariffs if it becomes fair. I mean, other countries are already starting to drop their prices while they're coming in.
So
because they need it's pretty much you need to sell it to us.
The three particular countries that have been denoted are China, Mexico, and Canada. Now, and that number that we have seen is 25%, correct? So that means everything coming from these three countries are going to be 25% more, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that means if you were to buy something for $100 from Canada, it's now going to be $125. I'm sorry. Yeah. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if Canada reciprocates and stops putting, and now am I to the reason why this is happening, am I to believe the reason this is happening is because this is to counterbalance the tariff that they already have on our stuff? Is that why this is happening?
Yes.
And is this happening so that potentially things might be more, but when Canada gets enough of it and Mexico and China gets enough of it and their sales are slowing down because people are not buying things from there, then they equally tariff us and things go back to what, 0-0?
Yeah, then it's fair trade or free trade. Because once you go back to a free trade, which we had before, but it was us importing their products with no tariffs.
Grouper Lip says the problem is the media won't report the truth. India charges us 700% on things. Canada charges us 240% on things.
Yeah.
Now, is that...
It depends on the product.
And Macho Man said he's playing a game of chicken, hoping that they drop theirs. So is he only implementing these tariffs because we are already getting killed with tariffs from these countries?
Yes.
And his answer to make them stop killing us with tariffs is to tariff them.
Yes.
So could this be a short-term situation
It could be.
where we're playing who's got the bigger D?
Yeah, who needs us more than we need them?
They're like, oh my God, we underestimated what a 25% American tariff would do to our economy, and we're screwed. We better start being more fair in tariff with the United States.
Yes.
Now, so could this be? So this could be a short deal. This could be a 2-3 month deal, and then we're back.
Yes.
Or
it could be a long term where they're holding out and hoping we break first.
Well, we got a bunch of FU money, so they're going to break first.
Yeah, hold on. Our country has a bunch of FU money. Guess who doesn't have a bunch of
we
FU
don't.
money?
No.
None of us have FU money.
But how is this not a tax on your own people, though, in your country? Like, we're the ones covering it, correct? Like, I don't see any of these companies losing out any money.
Dawn, my good friend Dawn, I love her. That's the thing. Other countries have been charging us out the ass, and we've been giving it away for free. I like ass for free, and I don't like being charged for it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is this basically, are we uninformed in the fact of what, maybe there's a report, or maybe you can Google.
I've been trying to find it.
What do other countries charge the United States of America on tariffs? And you go through there, and you see what they're charging us, and we see what we're charging them, and then you do a comparative. And if China is charging us 50% already,
but we can't sell a lot of our products into China. They don't allow it.
They don't even allow it.
Yeah.
So as Trump saying, okay, China.
And they steal a lot of our stuff, too.
They steal?
Yeah. They steal a lot of our ideas and engineering and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they can make they stole a Dodge truck that you can order for like pennies on the dollar.
I want to understand this better. I'd like for somebody to give me, if there's a report as to what the United States of America's current tariff reports are.
Isn't it time to just trust the man that the majority of the country voted for? Now's not the time to doubt him.
Well, I mean, yes, Seth, it may be time to trust him, but no, if this is just a big sling and D game of chicken and prices are going to be just absolutely astronomical, where you, me, and the next guy, can't afford to even live because all these products that we buy from other countries are triple the amount they used to be. And then once these companies relocate to America, the Americans, we have to pay them more to make that, and it's just a big. I'm afraid. I don't even know. I'm afraid. Let me Fish on the J, $100 in the PayPal.
Yeah,
love you, Fish on the J, and thank you for the 100. Appreciate you. So, Seth, more importantly, it's like this is for me. It's more of the unknown. Like I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I mean, what they're saying that everything's going to be great after this.
Napa Mike says we are the third largest producer of steel behind China and Japan, third in aluminum behind China and Germany. Okay, Napa Mike, that's great. Does that mean, what does that mean? Does that mean that we're going to have to start paying more for our steel and aluminum? And then what does that do to steel and aluminum here in America? I know you're working feverishly on some type of reports.
Is that there is a thing, but it literally, because every product in every country has a different number.
Is this why Cory Booker talked for 25 straight hours? Is this one of the reasons?
Maybe.
He was trying to understand what the tariffs were going to do.
Maybe he's onto something, Seth. He's like, I'm just trying to understand the tariff game, and it took me 13 hours to get it, and I still don't understand.
I don't even understand the 25 hours thing, but I guess I just don't understand a lot of what's happening.
Cleveland 81 says we have to bear down for at least 3 to 4 months to see what happens. After that, we can start playing guessing games with Trump. After that, we have to start playing guessing games with what Trump is doing. Canada cannot support its own economy. So, that's probably the answer. You give this a 3 or 4 month rollout to see if the rest of the world can continue to play chicken with us. And at the end of the day, it could be here's my opinion before I go into words, Lummy. It's either going to be really, really good.
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really, really good, like Reaganomics, like the .com deal where everything's bustling and prices are better because Trump had a big enough slinging D to lay it out there and said, I'm going to tariff the hell out of you unless you guys make it more fair for us, which means consumer goods and things that we get abroad are not tariffed nearly to the amount that they are now because Trump is tariffing them and they can't outd us. So they have to go down to what we're doing, which would be great. That would be great. Or they say, screw you, buddy. We can make it. We don't, your scary tariffs don't matter. Us doing business with America doesn't matter. And we're not budging. We're not budging. And at that point, I think that's really bad for us. I'm trying to play both sides of the fence here, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know that.
There's only one side of the fence, and it's America's side.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
To say one way or the other, I don't fucking know. Like, I literally don't have any fucking idea what's going on, like, or what's going to happen, or even what's like. I don't even fucking know. Trust your leader.
See, like, it's saying that Mexico.
I wish somebody could give me a report.
Well, there's no, because every like right here, Mexico, every country has a different one. Mexico raised their tariffs from us in 2024 to 50% tariffs on steel, aluminum, textiles, apparel, footwear, plastic, chemical,
somebody got attacked by
paper.
a sea lion? Oh no! What? That girl got pulled into the water by a sea lion.
Which one?
It was up there, just a little girl.
Oh, yeah. Sea lions will try to rob your kids.
What the fuck, man? Would they have tried to eat her or something?
Yeah, they're predators.
Are they?
Uh-huh. They eat penguins all the time.
Dude, fuck that shit. SeaWorld tried to tell me they were cool.
No, they're dickheads.
Dude, let's kill them all, man. Are they the coyotes of the sea?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
No, for real, they kind of are. Maybe we're getting one more cool day.
I thought we might get one more cool day. We deserve it.
Next week's supposed to be cool.
Good.
Especially in the 70s.
Dude, yesterday was fucking.
It was fucking hot. Yeah.
Painful, man.
Next Tuesday through Friday is supposed to be in the 70s. It was 93 on Clearwater Beach.
Yeah, it was not. It was 93 when it said on my car.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where I gotta open up my car door and kind of just stand there for a minute to kind of, just let some of the fucking caged heat get out.
Yeah. And the problem is that compressor in the vehicle is not working, so it doesn't blow cold air.
Oh no.
Fill it up with some
It's not the problem.
Oh
The
no.
compressor's going bad.
Uh-oh. In your truck?
No, in Ashley's car.
Oh, no.
We read that. Walker and I are sweating in the back seat.
My radio doesn't work in my dad's old truck anymore.
I feel bad Walker gets out to go to swim and it looks like he already swam.
Listen, I'm gonna run that truck until it fucking blows the fuck up.
You should.
I hope it doesn't.
That's what I'm doing. Tariffs.
What's up, Permaground? So, who do you got in the Final Four, Seth? Who's in your championship game?
I'll go Duke and Houston.
Wait, they're both playing each other.
I thought Duke was playing Florida.
No, Auburn's playing Florida, Duke's playing
Oh, Auburn's playing. Okay.
Because I got Florida and Duke in my national championship game.
All right, I got Florida and Duke.
Telling you, man, Walter Clayton is so disrespected.
Yeah, but Duke is so good.
I think.
He responded to something on Twitter because somebody said it sounds like an accountant's name or something.
Oh, Walter Clayton?
Yeah.
See, like, Bubba, like, I'm trying to find this. Like, Canada charges us 270% on their milk, 245 on cheese, 298 on butter.
You ain't never had no Canadian cheese in your life.
No, that's what if we send it to Canada. Or the U.S.
You know,
I love Canada cheese.
Your weed prices are going to go up, Seth, at the thing.
What do you mean? We're low. They don't import our weed from Canada.
No, some of that's Canadian weed.
Well, I'm gonna have to switch to American weed then. I know Canada does have great stuff. I've only been told. I've never gotten to experience it.
I heard that. Yeah, it's going to be a 420% tariff.
That would have been a good April Fool's thing yesterday, is to go 420% tariff on weed.
Yeah.
Really get people involved in politics.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Macho Man says the Democrats are doing these stupid stunts to generate campaign money to get the House back in the 26 midterms. And if they do, they can then fire up the impeachment hearings again and start that nonsense. I went through. Thank you.
I sent you a
I went. Hold
charts.
on. Oh, I gotta. Our commander in chief. We must have faith in, and you gotta have faith in a guy that brings in Kid Rock to go into one of the rooms of the White House and play a 1935 Steinway piano.
I think it's Roosevelt's piano.
That was gifted to
Franklin D.
FDR back in 1935 from the Steinway family. And it looks like Kid Rock did a Taylor Swift-like costume change because we just saw him earlier that day in some Evel Knievel outfit when he was trying to, build peace relations between Bill Maher and Donald Trump. And then he goes and puts his, his best Elton John top coat on and does a little ditty on this Steinway piano in the White House.
can do it all.
Kid Rock's a man.
He can play every instrument. He does it at his concert. He'll go around and play everything.
Does he?
Yeah. Hits the turntable.
Yeah,
drums.
It's pretty good.
So, Lummy, I found this. I don't know if you sent me something besides this as well. This is the trade deficits with the United States, China, Mexico, Vietnam, Ireland, Germany, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, Canada, and India are our top 10. And I think this pretty much is the easiest thing to potentially interpret as to what we're going through with regards to this tariff stuff. And so I'm assuming...
We can't see what you're looking at.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me show it to you. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for telling me that. Where's my damn cursor at? Mother F. There we go. Sorry, so sorry. So as you can see, it gives you a little graph, and it shows you, I think, what we import and what we export. Now,
I sent you one that shows the percentages of what we get charged.
Hold on. Are you telling me right now? Because if it is, I'll go with it.
Yes.
Is yours better than mine?
Well, that just shows how much money mine shows.
It's just a yes or no answer.
I think it may make it a little easier.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Just, have some balls.
Cross my fingers. Well, I know.
Have some balls and stand up for yourself.
Oh, I hope this is good.
I do too.
Thanks, Tuttle.
So, Trump is right. Well, see, you automatically got something that's skewing. I think my report.
Well, no, if you go down,
I think my report just gives you the data.
That is the data.
It doesn't give you their opinion of the data.
Well,
it just gives you the data. It didn't say Trump is right because look at the deficit here.
Well, no, mine was just showing you what percentage they're charging.
Bubba, you should have went with your gut.
No, hold on. First, I got that from Macho Man. One.
Okay,
two,
strike one.
Hold on.
Strike one.
No, but two.
With being MAGA.
No,
strike one.
But two.
Strike one.
The chart wasn't showing anything pro. It was just showing what percentage.
Lummy, when your chart starts off, Trump is right about our trading partners imposing excessive tariffs.
But if you show what the data is, if right, all it is if you scroll down, it says foreign tariffs.
Leaning.
How is it leaning, Tuttle?
Let's just get through it. If we need to go to mine, we will. Okay?
Yeah.
I just wish that they wouldn't say Trump is right. I just wish they would say, here is the tariff data. Figure it out for yourself.
Here, I just sent you the picture.
You got an article that says that?
It's not an article. It's just a picture of the chart.
Now we're looking at pictures?
It's just a chart. It doesn't say anything about Trump.
Isn't there just one? Do you want to call babyface? Isn't there one?
There you go.
Isn't there one bright mind that you're connected with, Bubba, that could explain this to you so we don't look so dumb?
Okay, well, let's do this, and then maybe perhaps we will lean potentially on.
Well, we got Stein on, too. Maybe he knows.
And who's on line one? Is that anybody of significance, or that's just
a caller?
Okay. Foreign tariffs on Stein's going to be sucking the MAGA D too.
No.
Okay. Let's just look at this chart.
This chart says it all, Bubba. I don't know what this chart says, but I can tell you it says it all.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yes.
And Trump's right, by the way.
Of course. Duh.
You just give me a duh. It's like we're in fifth grade.
There's nothing else. Trump's right. Trump's right, period. Duh. There's nothing else to say.
Duh.
Here.
Foreign tariffs on U.S. goods versus U.S. tariffs on foreign goods. Okay, Lummy. So this is basically saying what we pay for a tariff and what they pay for a tariff.
And this comes from the...
This comes from Trump's right. I told you so.
The source is the International Trade Commission.
Right. So Canada, it says we pay a 212% tariff from everything that comes in to Canada. Foreign tariffs on U.S. goods. Okay, so what that says is everything we send to Canada gets tariffed 212.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Dairy, U.S. tariffs on foreign goods. So does that mean we then implement a 11% tariff on dairy that comes from Canada?
Yes.
Okay. That doesn't seem, I got to be honest with you, I'm not trying to be one way or the other, but that doesn't seem real fair. Now, Japan, they put 154% tariff on our stuff going to them, and we send rice to them.
Yes.
You would think that
They have all the.
You would think they have way more rice than they could, So we put a 4% tariff on rice that we send them. India, they have 150% tariff on everything that we send that we send to them, and we don't have any tariff at all from anything that we get from them. Mushrooms and truffles. Okay. Okay. Cars. Let's go to cars. So cars, Lummy, that we ship to India get 125% tariff. Meanwhile, cars that they ship to us get a 3%. Canada, 44% tariff on the meat that we send them, and there's a 0 tariff coming backwards. Yeah, let me, this, if this is how it is, if this truly is how it is, then I think Trump probably does need to do what he's doing.
But this comes from the international trading, now
over to my chart. And this is, it says, which countries does the U.S. have the highest trade deficit with? In 2024, the U.S. experienced significant trade deficits with several leading trading partners, with China at the top at nearly $300 billion, nearly doubles that of Mexico at $172 billion. So does that mean that what they ship into here compared to what we ship into there is we're at a minus $295 billion deficit?
Yeah.
Meaning that what? We ship
$144 billion worth of goods.
And we take in
$439 billion.
Wow. And with Mexico, we ship in, we bring in how much from Mexico?
It's $506 billion.
But okay, that's how much we bring in.
Yeah,
but we ship out $334.
And the thing with Mexico
it looks like we're pretty good with Mexico. We're on the better end of that deal, are we not?
This is the thing now is that China, and when I did a lot of business in Mexico, there's a lot of Chinese, and China has all their plants in Mexico now, and they're sending their products to Mexico to get away from the tariffs to have them shipped in from Mexico.
So is Trump trying to unilaterally, with every country, make it 25 or 0-0 or 10-10? Like where does this end?
I think he wants it to be fair.
I think it needs to be. Does it end like, okay, we ship in 144 with China, but we take in 144? It's like a push.
Shouldn't it just be, hey, we're going to charge you 10% import fees, you're going to charge us 10% import fees on everything.
Or 25.
Yeah, whatever the number is.
Whatever your number is, our number is.
To give us a fair trade.
There you go. Let's not even, let's just do that. Whatever ours is, yours is. Stick off you, bounce off me, just like glue. Whatever the hell goes.
Well, that's why he was calling them reciprocal.
Yeah, and see, Bubba, that's why, like, when China, because we raised our tariffs to China higher, China said, well, we're just going to ship it to Mexico and then ship it through Mexico. So it looks like made in Mexico.
So we send. So here's, China is at the top. So the way I understand this is that we send $144 billion worth of stuff to China, but China sends $439 billion worth of stuff to us. Now that's just stuff. Is he trying to put a tariff on that so that number equals out just organically, or is he trying to? Is that the disparagement in number is strictly tariff related, meaning it's not the amount of goods, it's the amount of tariff.
Amount of tariff.
That's where these numbers get exaggerated?
Yeah. Because the stuff and then China's not buying from us because our tariff is so high to import. That's why when I would sell stuff to China, I had to do it through Mexico. We didn't do it in the U.S. Their tariffs were too high for us.
There's
to
so
compete.
many different articles on this. Maybe the caller has some insight on this as well. This is called the Tariffed Trump 2.0 tracker, and it goes through all various different countries. This is all countries right here, and then you go to Australia and Canada and China and Colombia and the Dominican Republic. And it kind of breaks down various things. This, if you could understand this, this would probably be one of the more comprehensive reports. But it seems like it's a lot to wade through. Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
This is Tom from Pennsylvania.
Hi, Tom.
And I just visited Mexico last week. I took 9 cans of snuff, which is full, into Mexico. And they tariffed me $364 to take that in. And then on top of that, I said, okay, you keep the snuff. I won't take it. And they said, you can do that, but then I would have to pay a tariff, a fine for not paying a tariff of over $300.
So they're saying, well, why'd you bring the snuff in if it cost so much, or you didn't know?
Because I didn't know. It's the first time I've been to Mexico, and I bought it before I left, put it into my suitcase, and they asked me as I'm going through, do you smoke? And I said no. And this is, the military there with their guns and them M16 sitting there right there in the airport.
The federale,
I'm like,
right?
no. He goes, any tobacco at all. And I said, well, I chew snuff. And they said, what do you have? And I showed them, and they took me back into this other room, and I was in there for like a half hour, and finally it came out. I had to pay $364 for something I paid $70 in America.
Well, that's if you wanted it. Otherwise, you could throw it away.
No, he said no. Let me. If you listen, he said he offered to throw it away, and they're like, okay, you can throw it away, but now you got to pay a fine because you didn't pay the tariff on something that was over $300.
Oh, I got you.
Exactly.
This whole thing.
Exactly.
This whole thing is.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes.
I just want to let you know also that I've been listening to you since 2001 on XM. I live 20 miles from Fort Worth Speedway. Love your show.
Appreciate it, my friend. I appreciate the longevity and I appreciate the loyalty. Thank you, sir.
I've jumped through all the hoops. I was an early enlister. I have both your big cassette tape decks that you have of all your CDs. Love your show.
And by what means do you listen and watch us now, my friend?
Well, I listen because I drive truck. I listen on Bubba Radio, Bubba HQ.
Yeah, that's
where I can't wait till the app comes out because the HQ it goes out and you got to redo it all the time. But I know that's something you're working on.
Yeah, it's something. I had a conversation with Tom Bean yesterday, and it's in his hands. And he acknowledged that he needs to get on it. But Tom also owns 105 Domino's pizzas. And so Tom is getting it's. I got his attention with it yesterday, brought it up, and trust me, Tom will be on it. And it'll make Bubba Army HQ far more listenable and easier for you to continue to listen that way. I appreciate your loyalty, my friend. Thank you for your insight.
You bet.
Official CBP statement on this. By the way, this comes from the United States Custom and Border Protection.
Well, Bubba, real quick, can I say
Lummy?
Well, I was going to say the tariffs.
MAGA Lummy.
It's not MAGA. This was when I was doing fish business, and if we exported the same container from the United States, I was remembering it was 65% higher on a price than if we exported the same container that we would ship to Mexico and ship it out. It was a 10% tariff on it. So our prices were to Canada.
So it's been like this for a long time.
Yeah, this was back in 2014.
So
it's not pro-Trump. It was just saying what the facts are.
It sounds like this is not pro-Trump. It sounds like this is Trump that's really, 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 really trying to get the world's attention that we're not going to be soft anymore and allow you to overtax and tariff us. And if you do that, we're going to trying to even it out on our end to try to make it a little bit more, fair, if you will. Now, what does that do initially for durable goods and for thing? I don't know. I'm not trying to take it in. I'm not trying to make this a political thing at all. I don't know. I don't think. In fact, quite frankly, I don't know that anybody knows. But I think that it starts. I do think that it starts today. All of this nonsense starts today. On March 4th, 2025, and March 7th, 2025, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, better known as CBP, implemented 5 presidential executive orders implementing tariff updates for imports from China, Hong Kong, Canada, and Mexico. Pursuant to these executive orders, the CBP is collecting the following additional tariffs on imports from Mexico, Canada, China, and other international emergency economical power acts. An additional 25% tariff on goods that do not satisfy the U.S.-Mexican-Canadian agreement. A lower additional 10% tariff on energy products imported from Canada. A lower additional 10% tariff on what's potash? I think potash is like this cheesy, potatoey.
I thought that was poutine.
Oh, that is poutine. I think actually potash is like a form of fracking.
It's like a fertilizer.
Okay, there you go. An additional 20% on goods from China and Hong Kong increased from 10% March 4. Effective, again, this comes from our government. Effective March 7, no additional tariffs are due on goods from Canada and Mexico that qualify from the USMCA preference. The rules that govern whether a product qualifies for these preferences are unchanged by recent tariff updates. These tariff updates have been implemented at an effective date. As such, there's no retroactive application. I don't know what even all that means. I really don't.
Just see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, Lummy, do you think you're being very MAGA? And I'm not having a problem with that. I am it too. I am as well at times. But what is your prediction? And there is no right or wrong answer because I'm asking for your prediction. What is your prediction as to how this plays out?
I think China won't. I think they're going to be the last ones to cave. I think Mexico will cave first, and I think it will start to bring some prices down. I think in the meantime it will kill the stock market and raise prices for a while. But hopefully. I
mean, is it going to kill the stock market? I mean, just absolutely kill it.
I think so. I think it's going to kill
like a Black Monday kind of deal. Is housing prices going to just absolutely plummet? I mean, are we going to be for the remainder of 2025? Is it going to be an absolute South Park episode?
No, because there's too many big companies that own housing and they're making everyone rent. I was trying to explain this to 7-Eleven yesterday. The BlackRocks in China own so much real estate that they're not going to sell it. They all paid cash for it, so they're going to hold it and make everyone that can't afford a house rent. So you're going to be just stuck renting. So they're not going to sell it. So the housing market technically won't crash. It just won't allow growth because people can't afford with the interest rates.
But housing inventory, if you look, is going up. People are fleeing Florida.
Yeah.
The surplus of available homes and people putting homes up for sale are up like 20%. Buying's down. I mean, I just like, and you say, so if you say the stock market's going to crash, housing's unstable. Like, how long does this last? I mean, does the guy know that Americans will only put up with that for so long?
That's why I think that they're going to start cutting, like when Elon and Trump said they'd give $5,000 and they got to drop the interest rate so people can afford to buy the houses that are out there.
Meanwhile, the Feds just, a week ago, issued new interest rates, and they held them to where they are. They didn't drop them a half a point, a quarter point, a full point. They held them to where they were. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they held them. So I mean, like, you're holding strong on your interest rates. We're at an all-time high. Durable goods are looking to be at an all-time high. How long can we hang on and believe in our leader that this is the right course? I think we can only hold on and believe his direction till the end of the year. If things aren't better by Christmas,
then
and Christmas toys cost 3% more, and little Sammy can't get that new iPad, all hell's gonna break loose.
The house will definitely flip.
It will.
Yeah, it will go blue.
I mean, and does he know that?
Yes.
Does he know? Well, the midterms don't come up till 26, though.
Yeah, but once you start getting that negative out there in December, it will carry over.
Man, the first time I'm being responsible in my life, investing, saving up, and I'm going to lose my ass.
Yeah, first time you start getting just a few extra dollars in your pocket, Tuttle. You think you might be able to buy a house? Well, you don't even need a house. You got a house free and clear.
Nope.
But I mean, as soon as you want to maybe start playing the stock market, or,
I am. I have quite a bit of money in the stock market.
Is it a good time to buy into the stock market?
No, I think it's gonna keep coming down. I would probably wait.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, I wouldn't sell. Like Kevin Hayes had always said, the minute you sell is the minute you lose. If it's a loss at that point, because they always come back. That's what he says about the coins too.
What's Bitcoin right now?
Like 88.
Oh, wasn't it way more than 88?
It was $1.05.
Yeah, it also was 20 at one point.
I bought it 20 and I sold it 18.
Yeah.
What's the most? Have you ever collected one full coin?
I had 1.47.
The government has it now.
Until the IRS said, "Hey, Mr. Clem, don't forget those back taxes you owe us, buddy."
How did they take possession of that? If it's like
they told me to sell it and send it to them.
You got to fight the government,
and
Tuttle?
I did. Yeah, Tuttle, you've never fought the IRS. You all jutted out son of a bitch.
The government hates me.
Your jut won't work on them.
The government. I didn't get one stimulus check during the pandemic.
No.
I got screwed on that deal.
You're supposed to get it this year.
Yeah, well,
you got to tell your accountant.
I had to pay taxes last year.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got a big tax bill too. I'm like, how do you tax me? I'm broke and I owe you money. How do you tax me? I'm broke and I already owe you money that I'm trying to get settled. And you want me to write you more?
They give you a tap on the shoulder and said, nah.
Hey, buddy, not only are we not going to accept your offer of what you used to owe us, but now you owe us this much more brand new money.
That sucks.
I'll be back in a minute. Stand by.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Yeah. I don't think
Steven, he has been relentless, really, ever since.
Yeah, well, Bill, when he showed up at the White House, he'd actually brought a list of insults Trump had said about him. And
That's good.
2015, and he has been relentless. 2015, and he has been relentless.
This chick actually is somewhat attractive.
Oh, this chick's hot. She's fucking hot.
And she did a bam bam bam.
Yeah, she did a bam bam bam.
That's right, Steve, the grumpy old man.
So, Lummy, is Trump really fucking, doubling down on fucking being a hard ass and making these motherfuckers cave?
Sure, that's his OP's fucking right. Otherwise, we're fucked.
Yeah, I mean, like, what if he's not right? We're fucked. But what if he is right? We're fucking golden, right?
Then it's the 80s. It's the 80s and we're fucking partying. I mean, realistically, I think in his first term, his first 2 months, his first two years were pretty fucking hard. In the last 2 years before COVID, the economy was fucking rocking. Remember, we said the only thing that's going to get Trump out is if the economy collapses. And then it collapsed with COVID.
I got fucked, man. I didn't give me shit.
Well, yeah, remember they fucking 2018, 19. Johnny was fucking or whatever for COVID.
Now,
I was selling a shit ton of fish. It was fucking.
I'm actually thinking about if they're going to raise prices on fish, I'm thinking about getting my commercial fishing license again. I started fucking going out fishing on my spare time, fucking go to the market and fucking sell them.
You see shrimp prices drop.
Dude, they fucking killed it the other day at Oak Hill, man.
Well, the shrimp will definitely go up. So that's all. Like 80%, 90% of the shrimp is imported.
Oh, those Chilean reds or whatever those were.
Oh, Argentine reds?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like pinks, whites, everything, all shrimp. 90% of people we eat on shrimp is imported.
Yeah, they were, the other day the boats were like all over the place, man. They must have had a good shrimp run going.
The Atlantic?
No, in the intercoastal.
Well, I mean, that just on the East Coast.
East Coast, yeah. You remember like right in front where I lived at there at the park? It would be like boats, just like 3 or 4 wide deep. Like
shrimp, you got a net, don't you?
Yeah, you use the lights and then you have these big like long looking like butterfly nets.
Yeah, we're gonna explain everything to you guys. Everything I know. Just
Look, somebody got their limit just the other day. Look, let me. Yeah, they have those Oak Hill Reds.
Oh yeah. I couldn't see that then.
But they got a harder outside shell. They're easier, like when you're fishing with them. You know how some of them over here get a little like softer?
Yeah, it's harder to hook.
Yeah, these are harder to hook, and the shells are real tough. So like the little fish just can't like snatch them.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, because around here you get those soft ones. And the
They'll-
little fish
they'll
just
rip
grab
them.
it, and then
Yep.
you come back up with just your little head.
Yeah. They call them Oak Hill Reds over there.
Foco!
And they got the like little sharp spines on the fins,
Oh,
so they'll
nice.
kick you and bleed.
Oh yeah, they get you the right
Yeah.
spot.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Tunnel, kind of cutting it close, my friend. You haven't even hit a G-ball yet on the thumb.
Oh, damn it. Sorry, I didn't know.
Over there talking about Argentina Reds and pushing the shrimping business.
I think
And
he said Oak Hill Reds.
Oak Hill
not
Red.
even trying to push the thumbs up and or subscribe
I'm sorry.
on the YouTube channel, which is at The Bubba Army, which we really try to push everybody to YouTube. Make sure that you follow and get a notification on our channel, which will notify you. Like, let me, I think just out of nowhere went live from my racetrack this past Saturday when the school buses were doing the figure 8 deal. The only bad thing about going live on YouTube is it takes so long. Do you ever notice that? Let me just set up. You got to get on there.
Yep. And then have that
You got
countdown.
to put the title on. Then you got to make sure it's hashtagged correctly. Then you got to make sure your phone's turned the right way. And then you got to make sure you go to enable notifications and enable monetization. And then you got to go and take a picture of it. It's just really, I wish they had a simpler, just hit one button and you're live.
Well, I used to like where you could set it up, hit the button, and then it would just put you in like a little waiting room before you went live. Now it just goes straight live.
Yeah, now it sucks.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was talking to Lummy and I said, "Hey, Lummy, if Trump, I think, is really laying his D out there, and if this goes well, I mean, I can't think of the last president that just laid his big old D out there and said, 'Come get some.' If it's going to be really good or really bad. Right?
Yes.
I mean, he's not listen, the guy before him made some subtle changes here and there, but there wasn't wide sweeping, massive, tariff turnarounds and just huge swings of policy. I mean, Trump is walking up there with a 42-inch torpedo bat and trying to be, who's the guy from the Dodgers, the highest paid guy? Shohani. Trump's trying to be like, listen, bitch, I'm going to hit 40 home runs and I'm going to throw, I'm going to win 20 games. Shohani's not scheduled to pitch at all this year, is he?
I don't think so.
Will he ever be a pitcher again? Or is he just going to be a straight slugger?
I believe he wants to be a pitcher, so I don't think anybody's going to stop him from doing that.
No.
Whether he's a starter or a relief pitcher, whatever it is, I don't think anybody's going to stop him from going both ways.
He's resting the arm right now.
Well, he had surgery, didn't he? Have Tommy John?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I guess Seth, he was a starter, and
he's great.
And so
he's a frontline starter,
right? Like a potential 20 game winner, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to maybe take relief off that arm, you become maybe just a closer or a holder, a mid guy.
Maybe. I mean, I
setup
think
guy.
He probably needs consistency where he knows that he's pitching, every 6 days or whatever it is. So I don't know if it would just be like, I'm randomly going to throw you out here in a high pressure situation that you weren't mentally prepared for. But I just think with how he is, I don't think that the Dodgers are going to be able to tell him that he can't do something like that.
Pitching has become such a art and such an equation. And the Rays, they follow the whole thing to a T, Lummy. Like they try to get 6 or 7 out of their starter.
Yeah.
Then they bring in a guy for 2 to hold. Then they bring the closer in.
I think that's dumb sometimes. I know that it saves arms and everything.
No, but here's the analytics, Tuttle. You're thinking way too old school. Analytics will now show you. And they have so many analytics now that they can change the configuration of a bat and make it be better. Analytics will show you that after a pitcher has faced a guy 3 times, there's a better likely chance for him to get that 4th hit when you're
getting your timing right.
When you're talking about a guy going past 6 or 7, which means a guy would have seen him on his 4th trip up. Mm-hmm. Analytics show that guy's going to get a hit.
Didn't Cash pull a guy out that had a shutout in the World Series?
Oh, Snell, yeah.
And then we ended up. I mean, I like analytics and stuff, but
analytics said he needed to do it. And hey, listen, sometimes it'll come bite you in the ass. But batters have gotten so good that they will have a pitcher figured out by the 4th time they see him. Lummy, you and Seth can back me up. You're the sports guys.
Oh, 100%.
Isn't that the reasoning for taking a guy out in the 6th or 7th? Because he's ran through the lineup 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, and they kind of want to see. Sometimes they look for save his arm, too, with his pitch count.
Everybody's on a pitch count now, and it's just...
Well, there's no more runs.
I mean, listen, everybody's on a pitch count, and everybody's on a... What do they call it in the NBA? A performance load? What do they call it, Seth?
Oh, yeah, load management.
Load management. I got load management for you. They got load... You think Larry Bird was on load management? No.
Well, they suspend and fine teams now that they catch doing load management.
Oh, they do?
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? And you brought the most interesting point. You get a guy like Wembanyama or something like that, and you're Seth and Sammy and Lummy, you want to see him so bad, but you're only going to ever get a chance to see Wembanyama if he comes and plays the Orlando Magic. So you save up as a dad to get the tickets because they're naturally inflated because the Spurs are coming to town and he's coming to town, right? So they're double what they usually would be.
Oh, they are. Tuttle was trying to get them from the Magic, and I was willing to pay, but there was just they were so hyped up this year,
right? And so what? So that sucks. That sucks. And then you go, you scratch the money. Because, Wembanyama and the Spurs are coming and you want to see the guy and he's on a load management night and he doesn't play. And you paid paid 3 times, what you would have paid if, the Pacers came to town.
Right.
I kind of deal with the same thing. I have season tickets to Orlando City soccer and MLS, okay? And I've done this before, but it's a gamble. When Inter Miami comes to town, okay, those tickets to see Messi play could be $400 a piece. So I could get $800 just for my seats that are in the lower bowl.
Do they do load management on those guys?
They do, because you have to sell the tickets far enough out where they haven't already made the announcement. But the longer you wait, the higher you'll be able to sell the ticket.
Remember back in the day, man, if you were a Magic fan,
dude,
the Bulls were coming to town, Michael Jordan was playing.
Yeah.
Like, Michael Jordan was going to, unless he got hurt.
No, that was the case.
He was playing.
We had season tickets for the Magic when we lived in Orlando for their first, until after Shaq's rookie year is when we gave them up. But whenever my dad would take me to a Bulls game, we never even had to think about if Michael Jordan was going to play.
When you guys were going to the game, Larry didn't have to turn to you and say, I wonder if they're going to put Michael on a load management tonight.
But now I'm wondering if he was secretly worrying about it on the way over. I mean, Scottie Pippen's not a bad, runner-up, but...
No, but I mean, I guarantee you every time you went to the Bulls game, Michael Jordan was in the lineup.
Oh, easy.
That was a fun Magic game or team to watch.
It wasn't even a conversation that you had with your dad. I wonder if Michael's going to play tonight. No, hell no. Unless he broke his ankle on the golf course earlier that day.
There's just different, mentalities for it. And, guys, I know Kobe Bryant was a big proponent of, the exact scenario that you laid out of, somebody paying their money to come and, you not see your favorite player play. I know Anthony Edwards feels that way. Not everybody feels that way. It's like, hey, if you want to win a championship, I might have to sit out and nurse this injury and not necessarily make your kid's life.
Now, if a guy is hurt, I get it. But, man, there's sometimes they sit these guys and they're not hurt. They might just have a little scratch or a little something.
Has LeBron ever played a full season?
LeBron sucks. I hate him. I just don't like LeBron. Get the hell. You know what? Get out of here.
Get out.
Get the hell out of here.
You going to retire?
Yeah, get the hell out of here. You and your stupid ass son.
Oh, God.
Get the hell out of here.
Oh, he'll be taking a swing at you.
He can swing all he wants. I'll be a millionaire. I'll take a hit. He'll swing on me. I'll gig myself, and I swear to God, I'll act like I'm paralyzed, and they'll have to bring Bayflight in to get me out of there. And then I'm calling Jay and Brian the babyface.
And you're going to be like...
I'm calling Morgan and Morgan immediately.
You're going to be like Larry Flint from Hustler magazine being pushed around in a wheelchair.
He played, by the way, LeBron James played 82 games one year. He played 80 games a year, and then he played 81 games.
Yeah,
out of 20 years.
But the rest are like, he's in the 78, 79, 79, 79, 76, 75. I mean, he's out there as much as he can
be. If you're over 75, I got love for you. Like, I mean, I ain't got no problems with you.
Well,
but if you're under 70, Larry also in his last couple of years had huge bad back problems. But I mean, look at Larry's career and give me the games he played.
82, 82, and looks like he got hurt. 58, 79, 77, 77, 81, 73, 75, 6. So that must have been.
Other than being catastrophically hurt, he played. I mean, give me Michael Jordan. I guarantee his numbers were better than that. Unless he got in trouble for gambling and had to go play baseball for a couple years.
Hey, you know how Cal Ripken has the most consecutive games in baseball?
Yep.
Who's the Iron? I know the Iron Man.
No. Did you know the Iggy behind the Cal Ripken deal?
No, what?
He caught his wife blasting some dude. I forget who it was. I think it was a rock. I think it was Rod Stewart.
Oh wow!
Really?
It was. Look it up, Lummy. It was. I think Cal Ripken caught his wife blasting some kind of music person or something like that, and it freaked him out, and he got home. This was before the ball game, and he was going to miss the game because of all this drama at home.
Oh, dude.
And so he called and was going to break the streak.
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, am I right? Am I right?
Yeah, catching his ex-wife Kelly cheating on him with Kevin Costner in 1997.
Right.
What?
So listen to this. The way the story reads is he caught his wife blasting Kevin Costner. He had a day game or like a 4 or 7. I think he had a 7 o'clock. I don't know what. I don't know what time the game was, but he caught her blasting him hours before the game, and he knew Tuttle that he was going to miss the game because of all this drama that's going on in his home right now.
So this was before he got to Lou Gehrig.
So yeah, this was when he was chasing the record.
Yeah.
And he was really close to the record, and he was going to beat it. He was healthy, the whole 9 yards. He called the Orioles organization. Rumor has it, Lummy will confirm it with me, and they threw the power. They called the electrical company and had them take out like the main power box down the road, and they had to postpone the game and make the next day a doubleheader and they blamed it on the electrical box.
Oh man,
Lummy, read the report to see if I'm right.
Wait, is it a report, Lummy, or is it? I think.
Well, so I'm looking at both because it's like I get 50-50 on it's a rumor, but they also said the Orioles did cancel a game in August 1997 due to an electrical failure.
Thank you very much. So Seth, that's a known fact.
Kevin Costner and Cal Ripken now have come out and said that he didn't bang his ex-wife or whatever, but other people are saying they're just
Okay, that sounds like a hell of a made-up story, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know.
I'm just saying.
We do know
cool.
that there was an electrical box failure that caused them to cancel the game.
That sounds so dumb.
I know, but I mean, that's
dog ate my homework stuff.
I know, and they bought it.
But it's kind of smart. Everybody was waiting for that game. Remember the game he broke it?
Yeah.
And they at the warehouse, they pulled down the number. They stopped it.
Because you have to play what? He had to play how many innings or something?
I think it's like 4 or 5 to make it official.
So anyway, Lummy, here's this woman, and she's from Downers Grove, Illinois, which is just a suburb of Chicago. And she's she's pretty hot.
Not too
Especially in some of her little glamour pics. We're going to go on with this article. But she's a teacher of special ed kids. Mm-hmm. Okay? And she starts blasting one of these 15-year-olds. And I think the mom finds out about it.
Yeah, the mom did.
I can't even think of a better scenario as a 15-year-old. You're a 15-year-old kid. You're a bam, bam, bam. You're Roppy Top A Roppy Dop. Riz Tiz.
What?
You're Riz Tiz.
You English?
You're Riz Tiz.
No speak English?
And so even an able-bodied guy like me, I couldn't get any hot teacher ass, let alone the Riz Tiz down the road. And he's blasting, and his mom finds these texts. Here's the arrest. Here's the Downers Grove Police Department arresting the teacher.
With the husband.
What's that?
The husband's driving.
The husband's driving the car.
Oh, man.
They ask her to get out. I don't know who Kill Crew is, but now this chick's hot. This chick should be blasting the starting quarterback.
Yeah, dude.
Not Corky.
She's
bam, bam, bam.
She's a saint.
Whatever you need.
Whatever I need.
Yeah, whatever you need, like your phone, your purse, go ahead and grab it.
Is she going somewhere? Or?
Yeah, we're gonna explain everything to you guys.
Excuse me, is my husband coming with?
Yes, yeah, he's taking his phone number down. We're staying in touch with him. We're just going to Downers Grove, so 10 minutes away.
No, I know, but I really would prefer that my husband's with me.
Of course.
It's the name of the town called...
When you're Downers Grove. Yes, it's Downers Grove. It's not too far from the place where I dated this chick named Andrea.
Oh.
She was from Barrington.
Am I in trouble? Like, oh my God.
I have a fetish over scenes like this.
What do you mean you have?
Women
that are distraught and are
crying in the back of police cars because they're not getting away with it, and they're finally getting what they deserve, and they're not too pretty.
And now they're trying to play the
I'll do anything to get out of here.
A damsel in distress gimmick.
And here comes Tuttle.
I love it.
Here comes Lieutenant Tuttle that says, let me just go ahead and uncuff her. Let her come to my office. We'll calm her down in there.
Stiff on the deal.
Jut her.
What?
And I mean, and listen.
This is after they told her.
This is kind of
cry for me.
Like she's hot as hell. She should be blasting the starting quarterback that's going to Illinois State.
Oh, she's faking it there a little bit. Oh, yes, keep going. Hyperventilate.
Tuttle's like hyperventilate, bitch.
I'll email you the the full video title.
Head to your nearest Boost Mobile store to get 6 months of
you wanna
service
know what
free
I
when
love
you buy
is-
6 months on the Boost Mobile 5G network.
When they have to hobble the women too. You ever seen them have to hobble?
What happened?
The new $25 million Gold Rush Multiplier Scratch-Off just dropped with mass.
Jesus.
Oh, I was hoping to see the hot pictures of her.
Can you send me the article again? I had it and I had to get rid of it.
But when they have to hobble a bitch, man.
Here's the thing: I love watching. I get down these YouTube rabbit holes of these women who get arrested and then become uncontrollable, and they got a hobbler or zapper or
Is this all because Pornhub makes you show ID now that you got to go to the outskirts
Man, and you know
of
what?
wagon
That
society?
really. I went to go look at Pornhub yesterday, and it's like. Take a picture of your face and then mark it next to your ID. And I'm like, you know what? I'll find some other place to look at porn than to put my ID up for you guys to be able to, like, you know what? You can't even get a good jacking in without having to, like, ID up. Here's her mugshot. The two allegedly exchanged texts professing their love for each other and talking explicitly about sex that they had in a campus classroom. I love you so much, baby. Even though this morning was short, it was perfect. Formella, who was 28 at the time, allegedly texting the boy. So this girl was her name's Formella, and that's probably her last name. These texts were discovered days before her arrest as the boy's mother was setting up a new phone for him, prompting him to confess the alleged relationship that he says has ended and reported it to police. Formella, who was pulled over by police in a Chicago suburb, was driving with her husband and appeared confused. Blah, blah, blah. Is there more than this, Lummy? Is there... Now, here's a picture.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Damn.
Look at that. Charged with 2 counts of aggravated criminal assault and was released on the condition that she did not enter school grounds or have contact with anybody under the age of 18. She's been placed on administrative leave from her job. She claimed that one day the boy had grabbed her phone unattended and entered her passcode and sent the message to his phone and then deleted the message from her phone and saved it to his phone as blackmail. Now, that's what she's saying.
Yeah, she said everyone comes after her because she's so good looking.
She said everybody comes after her because she is so good looking and she is just a good person who cared too much about this boy. Now, does it describe who the boy is?
No,
it's going to be a minor.
Yeah, he's underage. He's not, but he's a 15-year-old with the bam, bam, bam. And
like they say, like those special needs kids and stuff are like
sexual
horses.
predators.
Yeah, like horses or just rabbits. Just they'll pull it out and just go after it.
What?
Yeah.
Where's
they
this?
say that these
they're sexually hyper.
The kids on the spectrum are real horn dogs.
I didn't know that. Who's been saying this?
Yeah, everybody.
They'll do gun down sessions.
The teacher will be up there talking and they'll start gunning her down.
What does that mean?
Like they'll get
easy, Tuttle, on how you say it. I'll have to say
I
it.
get. Never mind. What the
prisoners will gun down female guards.
I got you.
It's where you masturbate to the visual of a person.
Yeah.
Oh, they're touching themselves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
So she'll be up there teaching them, the arithmetic, and there's a guy, little Johnny with a 63, bam, bam, bam. He's back there gunning her down because they don't care. They don't care that their penis is wide open right there in front of the entire class.
I don't think any dudes do. I just think some just, don't want to suffer the repercussions of.
Man, if I was blasting her, though, and I'm 15, Lummy, I'm telling my mom, man, don't mess up my party.
All right, you're not talking at all.
Let me get some more blackmail on her so this thing lasts for the rest of the school year.
That's right. Stupid mom.
Mom, let me do let me do words and then let me play. Do I got the
during the break?
Here, right here. So, Alex Stein went to Celebration Trans Visibility Day.
Why does everybody look like the lead singer of Green Day?
Lord. Like early Dookie album?
Man, come on. Billy Joe's a handsome man.
Oh, man. So in Dallas, they were celebrating Trans Visibility Day. Now, what that means, I have no idea.
Going to be seen.
But our great Alex Stein, who will be on next, went down there to see what was happening. And I wouldn't say, protest Trans Visibility Day, but maybe ask the people that are participating on this some questions. Well, we'll play that next. Now, listen, you're going to have to be following us on YouTube, or X or Facebook in order to be able to watch this, because normal radio commercials, I can't play this during that. I can only play this during the hot mic segment. So let me go into words and we'll play this, and then we'll have Alex on in the back. Okay,
sounds good.
Perfect.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, was she? Okay.
Yeah, she was
People
on.
said you nailed it.
Yeah, she was on.
Okay.
Yeah, she was on.
Okay.
Here we go. I'm going to play it for everybody. I'm going to play it for everybody. Tuttle, shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in Dallas, Texas, celebrating Trans Day of Visibility. Let's have a good time. Yes! What is going on?
Oh, children, you get praised into reassignment surgery! Get a fucking life up! Kill yourself!
40 people there?
Yeah. Does he want a copyright strike? I'm worried about that.
Transgenderism is
Look at this. If you look at these people, it looks like none of them really are transitioning. You want
to fight? You want to fight? Yeah, I'm so scared. Look at these transgenders! Tranny attack! Tranny attack! Fuck off! Oh, what are you gonna do? Get hold of me!
Oh my God!
What the fuck? Hey, you're just hitting us.
No! I'm telling you to leave! I don't know why Alex doesn't start just
He's got cameras in his both hands.
No! These are a bunch of transgenders. They want to cut out children's penises. These are sick losers. Your parents are shaming you.
And here's even this cop right here.
Oh man!
Even this cop right here is telling right
Losers. Your parents are shaming you. Yeah, your
cop. He tells him to leave.
Parents are shaming you. You guys are all losers.
Well, it's probably easier to ask him to leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in Dallas, Texas, celebrating Trans Day of Visibility. Let's have a good time.
This is nice, yeah.
All right, we got. Now we just need Macho to get me signed up. Yeah.
Man, oh man.
But it's like the police won't protect you.
Well, I mean, he's throwing himself in that, but it's man. It's just a lot, man. It's just a lot.
It really is.
Just being him's a lot. Like I can't. It's hard to wrap my mind around.
I'd love to see you go down there with me and do something like that.
I've always been good at writing on the street stuff. I've always been.
I would love to do this stuff, man.
Who was the megaphone person? Is that a new character he's got?
No, I think that was a guy against him.
No, I thought he said bans transgenders.
It might have been another religious.
I don't know. Maybe it's
Well, listen, you are right, though. He's got all these cameras in his hands. If he had somebody come out there with him...
I think somebody's out there. Somebody other than the person filming?
No.
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, I wonder... I don't know if somebody was filming him now that I'm thinking about it.
I think he was self-filming. I think he had this kind of self-gimmick going on.
That's what I'm trying to... Yeah.
Well, did you see he had his meta glasses?
Yeah.
So that might have been some of it.
No, he's always smart at having backups.
Yeah. Dude, he's a big dude too, but I just don't understand, like...
Yeah, he is a big guy. I'm surprised people push him.
But these people that are out there, doing their, freedom of speech rights and stuff, and then just because they don't like something...
Well, I mean, listen, he's trying to get under their skin for the reaction, but they're giving, they're going.
They don't like something.
Well, I mean, listen, he's trying to get under their skin for the reaction, but they're giving, they're going.
They don't like something.
Well, I mean, listen, he's trying to get under their skin for the reaction, but they're giving, they're going. They don't like something.
It was starting to get that high pitch that.
It was. He left the internet from playing the video, so whatever.
Oh, Alex is on. I like. I love that hat. Alex is looking. He's got good color to him right now. He's looking. He's got
a nice hue. Nice hue to him.
He's got the tobacco in.
You saw the spit.
Yeah. Guy's all spit bottle there. With the Coke Zero.
Bubba, you should have heard the fucking vortex that just happened.
What happened?
Because the internet was up from playing the video. And I think Macho Man was testing Stein.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Standing by, freshly from the trans
visibility day.
Visibility day. Alex Stein with his which cat's that, Alex?
This is the number one ranked one. This is Sky Bear. He's been kind of a handful all morning though.
What's wrong?
But yeah, guys, I've been watching the show. So you talked about the Trans Day of Visibility, and I haven't even included the longer version.
No, hold on. I'm worried about Sky Bear having a bad day. Sky Bear usually is the OG.
He is. I mean, he's just a little. I don't know. I'm in a weird mood. He
misses his dad. I feel you've been gone a lot, and he really has some anxiety about you being gone.
Well, I have, but I'm actually going next week to the University of Connecticut, UConn, the Huskies, to go and do a public debate on campus. It's going to be a big event, and that is next Wednesday. So I'm a little stressed. I have to fly to Boston and then drive an hour to Storrs, Connecticut. I've never been.
All right, so before I so rudely interrupted you, you said, okay, so you watched our clip, but you didn't. There's a couple other clips that we haven't seen.
So listen to this. I give you the inside baseball. Really, I should have Pri on. She wanted to come on, but she just doesn't want to get out of bed. I don't blame her. So and I feel bad because I tell her, you don't have to come to these events with me. She wants to go. And last time, we just actually had one on Monday where they were protesting me on campus at UTD, and it was such a dud. But I brought security there.
That had to. I mean, hold on.
How many people showed up?
So they had an anti-Alex Stein protest.
Anti-Turning Point USA, and we played it on my show. It's the first minute of our show. We're about to put on a long version where they go, toilet paper USA, Alex Stein needs to die today, or something like that. They did a chant, yes. But my point is, I had security for that.
You should have been there leading the Alex Stein.
I was. The dang administrators were more mad at me than they were at the Free Palestine people. It was crazy.
You're like, hey, hate me. I'm Alex Stein. You hate me. Hate me. Hate me.
Well, I even dressed weird, and I put blue in my hair. I tried to fit in, but obviously they knew exactly who I was, so that gimmick.
You're becoming very famous, Alex. I hope you don't do what Tucker Carlson did to me, and once you became super famous, you forgot about me.
I got a long ways to go to get to anywhere near Tucker Carlson, but this is the thing when it comes to these protests. So prepaid, and I haven't put out the long extended cut yet. She got coffee thrown all over her, and I think Tuttle nailed it. Tuttle is so smart. He can watch videos. That one guy, Carlos, was a friend. He's a guy, he works for a Texas state rep, Nate Shatline, and he's a very, conservative Hispanic guy.
So you're talking about the guy
the guy with the megaphone.
With the megaphone that was, kind of helping you out there a little bit.
Because it's scary. It's hard to go there and kind of interact.
So here's what I don't understand. Here's what I understand. You're there, and you know the rules of assembly. You know the rules of engagement. You know the rules of putting your hands on people because this is what you do for a living. You know that you can verbally say about anything. You can play your little jukebox. You can have your little ghetto blaster there. You can stand in your little corner and make fun of them and ridicule them all you want. But I don't fundamentally understand how the police don't protect you when they actually start putting their hands on you. These people, the last couple protests I've seen, Alex, they accost you. And like
I know,
I don't understand.
And Paige and prepaid, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know how much longer I can do this, and it's such.
It's like, I mean, do the cops not know the right to, like the First Amendment and the right to assemble, and you can say anything you want, but you cannot batter or touch a person.
Of course, but they just don't want to do the paperwork. And honestly, I don't even want to press charges. I don't even want to. A lot of people, that's what the biggest complaint.
But you don't want to be. You don't want to press charges. You wouldn't press charges, but you'd like to be protected and not have a coffee mug thrown upside Paige's head.
Yes, I would like them to be a little more of a bouncer. I don't think anybody needs to go to jail. But this is the thing: is they don't care. They know that I'm there, and for lack of a better word, I am antagonizing them a little bit. But they're having a public protest where they're trying to get attention.
There's nothing illegal with antagonizing.
But it makes me mad because they block our camera. It's like, you guys are having a public protest. You want people to see this. So because I'm coming here and I'm getting footage and I'm taking it from a totally different angle than you want it to be, you try to limit, my free speech, my ability to, be a part of this.
These idiots don't even know how to protest. They don't even know the rules of protesting.
Could you carry bear mace if you wanted to defend yourself?
I probably could, and that would go viral too. And Bubba, you're right. If I really wanted a viral video, if I just would chow down and just knock one of these people out, that video would get a million. Because I have one video where I just kind of slightly knock a guy over, and it got millions of views. It was at a drag queen.
And they don't realize, man, you're 6'3", 225. You're a big dude, and these, I've not yet seen you go to a protest where there's dudes that are bigger than you. You're usually one of the.
He looked. It looks like little kids climbing on an adult at the pool. Like they just keep sliding off him.
The minute that they start putting their hands on you and pushing you and trying to herd you, I would just straight knuckle them.
Bubba, I wouldn't have him bring like mace or bear spray, because that would just opens it up for them to have it too, knowing he's gonna have it.
What I would bring is I'd bring my right goddamn fist.
That's
what
right.
I would bring.
I would
bring it.
Well, it's everybody can be a Monday morning quarterback and be like, you should just start throwing haymakers. And sometimes I want to, but I just know that I would get in trouble because it's like football. The second guy gets the flag, Bubba. I would get in trouble.
Listen, we all sit back here and say shoulda, coulda, woulda, and you really can't do that because you're too public of a person, and it would be an absolute crap storm for you because the Blaze would get involved and Glenn would get involved, and they don't want that look. But it just pisses me off that one little short Mexican cop was like telling you to leave. No, bitch, I ain't leaving. I'm not. I have every right to be here, and you have every right to protect me to be here. Don't tell me to leave. So no, hitting them, knocking them down is really going to cause you more issues. But man, I feel for you in the fact that they don't protect you when you go to these things. Ever.
No, they don't. But I appreciate you guys talking about this. There's a couple topics I did want to hit though. Tonight's my 300th episode, so I'd appreciate if Bubba Army would watch the episode tonight, 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m.
Tell people, because you got to spoon feed them. Tell them how they can actually get to your show. Give them the whole.
Just on YouTube, all the people that are watching on YouTube now, go to Prime Time with Alex Stein. Put that in your search bar. It's not that hard. It'll come right up. Hit the subscribe button.
Right there.
Watch the show tonight. Tim Pool's kind of jobbing me out. I asked Tim to come on my show tonight, and he hasn't responded.
Really?
And and I'm doing a couple favors. Not huge favors, but I'm doing a couple favors for him. But
how many subscribers do you now have? 300,000?
Yeah, 300,000.
Nice.
But this is the thing is, I inherited that from a past channel, and that's kind of why.
Who cares how you? It's your stuff. Shut up.
Yeah, but it's not. It affected the channel really bad. It really did. But that's neither here nor there.
That's
300 episodes.
That's your
I'm
channel,
happy.
bitch, and that's your numbers, and I'm sticking with it.
And it is, and I appreciate that. But I'm happy with the show. We're doing good. But Charleston White jobbed me out too last night. He showed up with 4 minutes left in the episode, so I just woke up and it says. And he's my friend. I just bailed him out of jail. And so he said he's going to come back. But he gets paid $10,000 to go on some of these podcasts. I can't believe people. The Hodge twins wanted him on. He said he wants $10,000.
You're kidding.
And he gets that. No, I'm not. I don't know how he gets that much.
Have you seen some of the latest traction we've gotten? We got Andy.
Oh, Andrew Tate. I just got that. Yeah, I'm talking. I was just, Lummy, that's crazy. I'm going crazy about that. And he liked it. He liked that video. He was laughing. That was no.
So
Lummy thought it was like a shot.
Well, we took a little shot at him, but he liked it. He was like, "Hell yeah, bitch! I get first class ass, man." And then Linda.
And Seth had the best joke at the end, though. He's like, what is it? He's only been here 2 weeks, and he's already getting arrested. Like, that was funny. That wasn't even mean.
Right, and then we got Linda Hogan to watch my monologue. blog about her beating up Brooke, and she responded to that, then blocked us.
That's crazy. You need to get Linda on the show. Why can't we do that?
We're going to try.
Then she blocked us.
And then what else we got? So Matt Joyce is a famous baseball player here from Tampa, from the Rays. He's going. His chick is, his soon-to-be ex-wife is just hot as balls. Supposedly there was some infidelity and some stuff like that, and we first reported it. No other news source in town had ever noticed that she wasn't.
So you reported a pro baseball player for the Tampa Bay Rays, or what stadium are they playing in? They're playing in some AAA stadium.
He's not on the Rays now, but
he's a former Ray, but he's from Tampa. He's very popular. Well, his dad watches our channel and responded to us and our allegations against what him and Brittany and Matt are going through, and he wants to come on the show and set the record straight. So
but who even cares? I'm saying, what? So he got caught. He got caught cheating.
No. He didn't get caught cheating. She was, sleeping.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, so you exposed his wife for being? Well, that's pretty. Wow, that's pretty.
Yeah. So
stuff.
We're on fire right now. I'm just telling you.
That is awesome. And the Andrew Tate, that was hilarious, and I really have no doubt that he liked that clip.
Now, Lummy said that he reached out to the Tate people, and he doesn't do anything remotely. He only does things in studio. But he said that if he, that he would potentially do our show. Now, I don't know if they're just, jerking us off or not, but
he
would love Tampa.
They have.
I think he would. Hey, I think he would. Oh, and I wrote this down because I had to comment on it though. You said earlier about now is in Florida they have the Pornhub thing. When you look up porn, you have to give them your ID.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about this though, about how big of a degenerate you are. If you want to look at Pornhub so bad, you actually upload your. I wouldn't even consider that. I wouldn't consider it for 1/100th. I know. And Bubba, you're the biggest porn freak in the world. You love porn. I'm just saying, think about how degenerate. That means you're like a choir boy compared to the people that are uploading their IDs.
I just went to like X videos, or so I just went to some other place.
You find one, yeah. X video.
Well, of course, there's other places to go, but I'm just saying. Think about it's like the people that leave comments. If you leave a comment on a Pornhub video, you are sick. You have a mental disorder.
You're asking people to track you down, is what you're asking.
Well, sometimes you want to know somebody's name. Okay, who's that girl? Okay, that's not a big deal.
But here's the deal, man. How about our government, man? Like really ratcheting down, like being that conservative and evangelical that you can't even really watch porn now without registering. Like that's ridiculous.
I don't think that's bad. I think that's good because there's too many kids that have access to it. But when I was a kid, I had Howard Stern, the E! Show, and a Playboy magazine. The internet was so new; it took forever to download, and I'm still over sexualized. You have to admit, and I'm not trying to virtue signal, that kids are over-sexualized now, and that is causing a problem with a lot of the gender and the gay and the sexual confusion, because a lot of people that associate and say that they are gay, this is a true stat, is that they had some sort of sexual trauma when they were young.
Sexual trauma isn't being able to go to Pornhub and find some real good videos at the age of 13 to jack it to.
But kids seeing weird trans stuff, getting confused, and penises and breasts, I'm telling you, it can have a serious
It comes
effect.
down to parenting. It comes down to your dad saying, hey, listen, son, I know you're there jerking it to porn. I hope it's just, straight up porn.
Yeah, but how can you now in this day and age you can't control that?
I do agree with Alex though on the childhood trauma thing. It will confuse the hell out of you.
Did you get touched as a kid?
I've talked to you about this before.
Right. Man.
Yeah, it happened to me before, and there was a time before I had sex for the first time, I thought there was a possibility that I could have been homosexual.
And
it was
from that traumatic experience that you went through.
Wait, is he being serious or he's tunneling us?
No, I'm being dead ass serious. No, I had to. I didn't have to. I was forced to perform, oral
on the Ice Cream Man.
Just an older friend of the family that went on for a while.
Wow.
How long did
that happen? That happened to a friend of mine too, Tuttle. I'm sorry, a babysitter.
I'd bite it off if I was in there.
Well, I didn't know anybody.
No, but Bubba, sometimes it just stuff like that happens when you're young kids. That's just what happens.
So explain to me, my latest, if you watch anybody of this show, how this tariff thing is going to work out. It's
great. You guys are complaining. Hyundai said they're going to build a $20 billion car facility. All these manufacturers are going to have to come back to America.
I'm asking you to objectively tell me Is this a big, like, is Trump really putting his big D out there and saying, hey, I'm ready to play the long game with you guys because this is not fair and I'm going to try to even out the playing field? Or could it go south? The stock market continues to crash and, these countries, don't play ball with us and it ends up being a crap show. Is there an opportunity for that to happen?
Well, I heard a guy, Gary the Numbers guy, he's a great guy. He's a numerologist, and he had a great statement. He said on January 1st, if you put $100,000 into the S&P 500, you'd be down a lot right now. And if you, on that same day, put $100,000 in Bitcoin, you would also be down right now. But if you put $100,000 on the Philadelphia Eagles to beat the Chiefs, you would have nearly $400,000. So, yeah, I mean, the stock market's going to go down, but, I think, it's going to fix itself,
is this going to define Trump? If this doesn't...
No. What's going to define Trump is if we go and fight a war with Iran, and then he's going to be like George Bush 2.0, and that's not going to be good. I don't think he's going to do that. I hope he doesn't do that. But if we get in another war, if we get in a war with Iran, but that's not good.
No,
that means
are they saying that's a possibility?
Good.
Yes, a strong possibility. Yes.
Oh, that's the last thing we need with all the uncertainty we got going on around here.
We should have never been in the war in the first place in the Middle East. And think about how much better our country would have been. And now you just said it, and this is true. Every soldier that comes back from the military has some sort of PTSD, and that's a sad realization. So why are we sending kids to go get a lifelong trauma that they can't ever shake and become alcoholics
and that we have
drug addicts,
and that we have to continually treat? Because when they come back, then we're responsible for treating them,
and we won't.
Yeah. I'm saying we have places like San Diego on the border of Tijuana. Just put all of our troops right there. I'm sure the troops would love to hang out in San Diego and go to Mexico and drink. That's where they need to be, not in a Fallujah or Iran or not Afghanistan. None of that.
Here's what Trump needs to do. He needs to go in there and boss hog his way into Ukraine, get that situation handled, be the man there, fix that. Go over there and fix the Israel-Hamas conflict. Get that thing all buttoned up. Then back everybody out. We not be in war. We have not been in a war since the Clinton era. Clinton was the last president not to be in war, and
we're not going to not be in war, Bubba. Trust me. It's not something. This Israel-Palestine thing. It's not because of October 7th. They're never going to. Israel's never going to stop until Gaza is totally leveled.
So let's level it. I mean, so like I'm saying, okay, if Israel,
well, that's my big complaint. That's my huge. Well, Bubba, you know with the Ukraine. Well, let me just say this point. With the Ukraine war, they're already talking about the reconstruction efforts. Not only are we spending billions of dollars to fight this war and destroy this country, we're going to have to spend nearly $1 trillion to rebuild Ukraine. It doesn't make sense. We need to stop the war and start rebuilding already. Like, none of this literally makes sense. We're paying billions of dollars to destroy a city that we're about to pay more billions of dollars to fix.
To repair.
It literally doesn't make sense.
So, what's Trump going to do? That's not good for his presidency to do that. I didn't
like that Epstein folder release either. I didn't like that.
What was that? I didn't see that.
Well, you didn't see that gimmick where they said that they're going to give us these Epstein files, and it was a total work. It was
just like the JFK deal. I saw an article where a guy said, "Listen." It was the Patel guy from FBI, and he was like, "Listen, man,
I like Cash.
I have like the 18,000 pages that we cannot release for whatever reasons, and it doesn't change the outcome at all. It would be disappointing if we did release it. I can't, but if we did, it doesn't have the meat on the bone that you think there is. There's not some big smoking gun here. I didn't see anybody get anything from the JFK file dump. Nobody came up with any other scenario, did they?
No, and I don't even care about, I do care about JFK, but I care about like 9/11, and they're not even talking about that. Bubba, there's a lot of weird inconsistencies. Whether you believe 9/11 was an inside job, the official story, this is the official story, and I've said this on the show many times, is that Condoleezza Rice and George Bush were both, briefed by the FBI or CIA that there was a guy in Afghanistan that wanted to fly planes into buildings in America, and they didn't take that threat serious enough. So we know that they did have prior knowledge. Whether they acted on that prior knowledge is their insubordination. No, it was an accident. accident.
And
right?
all
That's
the bad
official
guys
story.
came from Saudi Arabia, and we didn't even think about touching Saudi Arabia. We went into Iraq and made that guy the bad guy, and there wasn't weapons of mass destruction, and we completely. I mean, like that whole thing's a crap storm in itself. I mean, we didn't even really get the right guy. We didn't.
No, and the thing is, Bubba, we created the Mujahideen. Osama bin Laden used to work for us. We used to give money to Afghanis to go fight. We created ISIS and Al-Qaeda to fight Russia because Russia was trying to invade Afghanistan. And there's a movie called Charlie Wilson's War starring Tom Hanks about this exact subject. Great movie about how he funded this covert, terrorist terror cell in Afghanistan to fight Russia. And they gave him some anti-helicopter weapons, and they shot down some of these like $1 million Russian helicopters and basically won, kind of like how they won against us. They just were such a pest, they couldn't knock them out. And then that Mujahideen ended up being ISIS. It ended up being Al-Qaeda. It ended up being the group that took down the Twin Towers. So if you just want to go by that official story, which that's not conspiracy, that's true. You can look at the Mujahideen, you look up Osama bin Laden, look up Charlie Wilson's War, watch all this. My point is, if that is all true, which we agree, then we created the terror cell that took down the tower. So in a way, we did it no matter what, in essence.
We did it to ourselves.
We did it to ourselves, and that's why.
I mean, just kind of like nobody really held Ronald Reagan accountable for the Iran Contra weapons and Oliver North. That really kind of never. Nobody really.
We were giving them drugs,
and
they were giving us drugs.
That was shady.
We're giving them guns.
Yeah.
I mean, Bubba, that's the whole. And then and this is the like Freeway Ricky Ross, all those movies.
Started with the
Cocaine
crack.
Cowboys. So like I know, but where are they getting all this cocaine? Because those drug dealers didn't know. They would just meet a guy and they would pick up an 18-wheeler full of cocaine. So it would be so
and the
easy
government
for the
would be
CIA.
behind it.
Well, the people like the CIA could never sell cocaine. It would be so easy. It would be so easy for the CIA to sell cocaine. They would have no worries about getting caught.
They did it.
Exactly. So.
But I mean, like Reagan never took any heat for any of that. And if you peel all that onion back with Oliver North and the Iran Contras and then guns for cocaine and then the fact that we introduced crack into Los Angeles. I mean, like we did all of that and all on Ronnie Reagan's tab, but he's still recognized as one of the greatest presidents of all time. Really, he was he was a shady son of a bitch.
Wasn't he the one that brought up the whole say no to drugs thing?
His wife did. Yeah.
Well, and then Bubba, on top of all this, and why am I acting like I'm such a Dallas Mavericks mark? I'm not, but I'm on Twitter and I see that Luka Doncic set the record in his first month.
Killing it.
For the most three-pointers ever made in Lakers history, a team that's had some of the greatest players and most, some of the most championships, and he's already breaking records in his first month. It was obviously an inside job. So, there's no doubt in my mind that they were tanking our franchise. There would be no logical reason to trade the best player in the league, even if he drank, even if every player in the NBA smokes weed. Literally every player smokes weed
for nothing.
So it wasn't.
It isn't like you traded him and you got a 4 number ones and you guys
that might have made sense. We got a haul.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys got like a Herschel Walker to the Minnesota Vikings haul, like what Dallas got, I mean, maybe if you got a haul, but you didn't get nothing.
No, if that was the case, if we would have got something, it would have been a 3-team gimmick. We would have gotten big players from 2 teams for Luka. He was so good. I mean, it would have been a whole salary cap manipulation.
So what do people
gimmick.
from Dallas, Mavericks fans, and this is such a one lopsided deal and such like a brain fart that literally a guy with 0 general manager experience in the NBA wouldn't even pull off this stupid.
That's not it, Bubba. That's not it. But Nico Harrison knows more about basketball than you and me.
All right,
and all
so
of
then
us.
why
he's not
is
stupid.
it the casino play? Is it
100%? Nico is told to do this by Patrick Dumont or whatever. This is whether they give him direct instructions, we want to tank the team, or they're saying we don't want to pay his contract. I'm just saying,
tank the team for what though?
To move them? They want to move them to Las Vegas.
They want to move the Mavericks to Las Vegas.
And I think that's a possibility. I used to think that was insane, but I've also noticed now there was fans still marking out to the Mavericks. Like I went to that game, it was like 3 or 4 games after the trade, and people were like not really saying fire Nico that much because they'll kick you out of the stadium. They're so annoying about it. So that is partially the reason why they're not saying fire Nico. But people were still loving the Mavericks. But now you can see on Twitter, even the announcers, all the announcers are being such marks like, oh, this is, let's not, poo-poo on Anthony Davis just yet. He's a 10-time All-Star. Let's give him some time to, now you can see the announcers have totally changed their tune. They're kind of like, what happened? Especially
have the Lakers been back to Dallas yet?
No, April 9th, and it's sold out, and the tickets are the most expensive. Listen to this, and listen to this. If you're a general manager, this makes no sense. The highest selling tickets of price all years for the April 9th game against the Lakers, against our best player, the player we had, Luka, every night it sold out the arena. It makes no sense. Why would you trade the guy that sold out the arena every night, and now he comes back, and he's still the number one player?
He comes back, and he ends up being your largest gate of the year because he's coming back to be the opponent.
Yes, but it makes no sense. They were literally sold out every night.
Do you think if Cuban hadn't lost control because he cut a deal with the devil because he thought he could bring a resort there? I don't think Mark Cuban makes that deal ever. I mean, he's a shrewd, smart businessman. I don't think he makes that deal. In fact, he's publicly said that he didn't endorse or have anything to do with that deal.
Of course not. He would not have let that happen. But I think they say he lost some money and some stuff. I don't know if that's true. I mean, he seems like he would be smart enough to, keep his money. But he did sell the team, and that was like his passion to be the Dallas Mavericks owner. So I thought that was really out of left field.
He sold the team to be a partner with the guy that was supposed to bring a resort and build it all around that Mavericks facility, and he was going to own.
Well, it's going to be in Irving in the He wanted some stuff in downtown.
Do I want to own, 70% of the Mavericks and have controlling interest of just the Mavericks, or do I want to own 28% of this global thing and this resort? And I think he, miscalculated that deal wasn't going to get done.
Yeah, and they want to build it. They tore down Texas Stadium, all the Cowboys' history. The Cowboys haven't won anything in their new stadium. And it's just a huge plot. It's like basically a parking lot. There's just nothing on it in this huge area, Irving, right in between Dallas, Arlington, a really good spot for some sort of entertainment district. And they've had all these contentious meetings at city council, and they have not gotten gambling approved. And it's not approved in the state yet. So that is the other play. It's like the Mavericks just stink, and they move the Mavericks, and then they'll let the Mavericks get another expansion franchise. Like, I would not be surprised. And this is the other thing. Dirk Nowitzki, international player. Luka, international player. We have all these international fans, and the league's all about being international. So it's obvious they wanted him on the Lakers with LeBron. They want LeBron to go with his son to the NBA championship. If they win the NBA championship, it's just so obviously rigged. But we know it. Tim Donaghy was a ref, got caught fixing games. So it's literally fake. Why do I don't know why I even care. So it's just very frustrating as a
Anyway, tonight is it 7 or 8 o'clock?
7 Eastern, episode 300. Please, everybody, I would love it if all the Bubba Army was in the chat, and we'll see if Tim drops me out.
And when you're in chat, denote yourself as Bubba Army, so that Alex can give you a little something, and hopefully Tim Tim Pool doesn't job you out tonight, and
I got jobbed out by Charleston White, and then I got jobbed out by Tim. Oh, and then next week when I call in, I'll be in, or I might be flying actually next Wednesday. No. It's next Wednesday, the 11th.
Connecticut.
Is that when you're going to Connecticut?
That is. So I think that morning I'll be able to
the
go.
The 11th is Friday.
Oh, no. I fly Wednesday. Wednesday, I believe.
All right. We'll figure it out. If we have to put you on a day earlier, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'll see you guys next week.
All right, my friend. Good talking to you.
Always a pleasure. Tuttle, see you guys. Sorry that all that happened, Tuttle. It was a very emotional morning. This is a very emotional morning.
Sorry you got molested by the ice cream man, Tuttle.
Yeah.
No, but don't be like that.
I'm not being like that. I'm genuinely sorry he had to give oral to the ice cream man. I'm sorry for that.
Bubba, and this morning, we found out Bubba got his first Cheeto fingers watching Superman 3.
The first time I entered a woman with my fingers was during Superman 2. So there you go.
And his sister.
And that teacher is disgusting. I don't care. She's sleeping with a 15-year-old boy like that. That woman is with her getting arrested with her husband. Like, oh, what's this all about? What's this all about? That she knew what it was about. Can my husband come with me? What do you mean? Can your husband go to jail with you? He's dumb. You know what?
But I do love women crying in the back of police cars.
I love hot chicks crying. I do. That cat needs some help. Listen to him.
I know. I got to get him some fancy feast. The Sky Bear.
Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye now.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
right? I mean,
why couldn't they?
They probably play in Miami, Seth. You know what?
I mean that's.
I don't know, man.
I mean, you can't put you can't have the World Series.
No, fans would not be happy.
That'd be $1,000 ticket.
Can you imagine the Rays go to the World Series? They have to play it in Miami, and they actually win the motherfucker, and we don't even get a chance to.
Yeah, that would be horrible.
Man, I wonder.
Or would they
we
build
get screwed just like we did during COVID?
Or would they build out Ray J like they do for the bananas?
Yeah, but there's no Bubba that. Those walls were tiny.
Oh, okay.
Well,
that's in the middle of football season too.
Yeah, left
yeah,
field,
you're right. You're right.
Left field was fucking like 550 feet. Yeah, man. We see Tampa. Hey, you know what is gonna happen? Because Tampa got screwed out during COVID for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And for the Lightning winning.
And WrestleMania.
And for WrestleMania.
And WrestleMania. Oh, we're gonna get fucked. We're gonna have to go play in
No, they'll play.
Orlando.
They could put up some temporary seating on the outfield wall.
No. Temporary. Why would you be on Del Mabry?
Okay, shut down.
Can you imagine?
Shut it down.
Yeah.
Can you imagine though that Major League Baseball makes it, like listen, you gotta play in the fucking Steinbrenner Field, and
make do with it.
They might have told the umpires to start making it a little tight on the Rays this year.
It just.
We don't need him winning.
I'm sorry though, if you can see traffic driving by through your outfield wall fence,
you don't have enough seats.
Yeah.
That was like there's 6 that we could get these 6 seats here.
You can almost see the stoplight at Del Mabry.
Yeah.
From the feed.
Also,
go play at fucking Tropicana, okay?
Also,
listen, they'll have Trop fixed.
It's got to be a little moldy.
They're
going
to have Trop fixed by next year.
they're gonna have a black mold problem in there.
Here's the deal though.
It's open
If
air.
fucking St. Pete really wanted to, motherfucker, they can have that thing fixed in a month.
Bubba,
They don't
no
want
way. Bubba, that roof and everything inside is just it's
trash. None of that
They
was
just need
made.
a pressure wash, Seth.
Pressure wash a speaker. You can't pressure wash a LED scoreboard, okay?
Fuck it.
You can do all the seats and everything though.
I mean, seats are fine. It's all the electronics and speakers and stuff that's not made to get wet.
You get you a good lawn crew. We could get a grass.
So you gotta
ground in
understand
there.
they build
That's what I'm talking
stadiums.
about.
They build stadiums based on whether they're indoor or
So,
outdoor.
yeah.
So the outdoor stadiums have stuff that's made to get wet.
This is
But we had shit that's not made to get wet.
This is the first time in I think it said 30 or 40 years that MLB does not have a fixed roof stadium in the league.
Yeah.
they're all. That's how they're not. They don't build them like that anymore for baseball.
But
I don't like when football. They're like, we're gonna open the roof today. We're gonna close the roof. Fuck off.
you want to know what though? Tampa does sound like one of the most dangerous places because you can hear all the sirens that go down Dale Mabry during the game.
Oh yeah.
Well, they got the hospital right there.
Yeah, I know, but it sounds like. Damn,
That's where I was.
I'm waiting for fucking just balls to just keep it on Del Mabry when we play the Yankees.
With the torpedo bats?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's some other teams got it. Junior.
And like when the Yankees come to town, they're gonna have to be on the visitor side. That's gonna be kind of when they come to town, they'll be on the visitor side.
There's a big team coming to town. I think the Braves are coming.
Did you guys see the article they did about that facility? They got a weight. That facility has a weight room and a players' lounge and like
the amenities are better.
It's the Yankees, and they're like and the Rays guys were like, this place is nicer than the Trop.
Yeah, it is.
Because fucking the owner sucks balls.
Well, I guess the Yankees 5 years ago put like $20 million into it.
Yeah, they did. They
well, that's what even the spring training facility for the Rays, that was state of the art in 2008, was not that great back then. It's like when the Bucks were fucking working outside in the.
Here's the deal, man.
airport.
Really, honest to God, the fucking Rays. They never put more than 15 or 16,000 in a stadium anyway. Let's just live with this and have a really good fucking packed joint every night.
This is the most baseball this team has ever felt.
Yeah.
No, I'm
well, no, in 2008, man. That World Series run, Tyler, you weren't here. I was here. Yeah,
I'm just saying this seems like more of because listen, people that are going there,
but I'm saying is the people in that 2008 run.
Tom Bean bought two season tickets right behind home plate.
What for the Trop or
for here? For here.
Did Brian ever get you the tickets for Shohei? Did you guys?
Yeah, well, Brian and Tom are partners on their tickets. So Tom's tickets are Brian's tickets and vice versa.
Oh,
there's 4 guys that went in on 2 seats. So between the 4, they.
Because Seth was trying to get him talked into trading the.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me refresh because, Tuttle, you don't want to go down as the only guy never to hit a G-ball. Uh-oh. Okay, there you go. It was
Neil Mount Plaisir, $50.
Thank you, Neil Mount Plaisir. Go Pack, go. I love you, Neil. Yeah. A few seconds ago, before I refreshed you, it was 993.
Yeah, we hit 1,000 before Stein came on.
Man, Tuttle, what's going on? I thought you were actually one of the more talented, liked, popular co-hosts that we have around here, and you trended the worst today. What happened?
I didn't know that we were still like panhandling for likes and stuff during the breaks. I can do that if you need me to, but I thought we were only doing that the first week. Because I
you should, always in your repertoire always be like, hey, everybody, don't forget to, give me a little thumbing or something, I
had the record for one day on
one
both.
day. Then Gene Lasker came in and made everybody their bitch to the point where we don't even keep score anymore. Like, it would be cumbersome to beat Gene's record, so we don't even make it a thing. Other than, you know what? Let's make one rule. If you're a guest, and that would be Dan and Jay, not a guest, a co-host, a guest co-host. So that would be Dan and Jay, Tuttle, Brian and Gene. If you don't ever hit 1,000 likes, thumb ups on YouTube, you're done.
Oh,
you're done.
Whoa.
Up top, Boy Scout, you're done. You're done.
Oh well.
No, I'm just saying.
I could backfire on some people here.
We've just set precedent. Like that's the par/norm is a G-ball.
I mean, that's fair.
And yeah. I mean, which also gives them a little bit, Lummy, a little bit of prodding where they can look at where the number is. Like if you're 950 and it's 915, you might want to kind of try to churn up the troops a little bit, and or maybe that could backfire where
the listeners want you gone.
The fans.
Oh boy!
And then Seth, that's kind of like a little bit of a kind of an indicator that maybe this person isn't as good as we thought they were.
What if it was an indicator about us?
Oh.
What if we started losing numbers and the co-host started to get banned because they weren't bringing in the numbers? So we're just continuing to kill ourselves.
Well, we're the starting three, and we're not going anywhere. So, like, if that's the case, then we just need to pack the whole goddamn thing up. We're gonna,
Well, I mean, let's not pack it up at the, right here. Let's not pack it up. I mean, it's just, I think it's a little harsh. I think it's a little harsh punishment to not get 1,000 in your band, because then who knows what could happen that day.
Let's make this thing interesting.
Yeah, let's make it interesting.
Let's play some Russian roulette here. See who gets the bullet.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And here's the deal, man. Like, you get a warning, Seth. You get a warning. And then, like, I'll be like, hey, listen, you got a warning. You didn't get a G-ball. Next time on, you better get a G-ball, or you're off for not ever, but like maybe, a week or two.
What if you got a stunt to get back on?
Maybe. Well, Dan's not. Dan, I mean, those guys.
I mean, Dan wants to be a part of the. Okay.
Dan. Listen,
he's a doctor and a lawyer.
These millionaire guys are above, buffoonery. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see Jay doing a stunt to get back on.
Just because you gave oral to the ice cream man doesn't mean.
Oh no, man.
I got a whole new everything for you, Tuttle.
Okay.
Lummy, did you get your shirts designed with Rainbow Rick with a Merch Crit kicker?
Yeah, that was Merch Crit this morning. We were working on it.
All right, so you want to say, like, maybe for as far as shaving the goats, like maybe 10, 20, 10, 15? Like what? Or do you got something else to do? Tell me what works in your
10:30 will work for me.
He really don't seem like he wants to do this today.
Let me ask you a question. If you don't want to do it, then we don't even have to do it.
No, I do want to do it. I had my whole Wednesday planned around it.
All right, so what time?
I got to change your clothes and everything.
All right.
10:30.
10:30 it is? 10:30 we be shaving goats?
Yes, we will
I'll put my body cam on because I was using it wrong last time.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put my body cam on, and all we have to do is just finish Hootie, right?
That's it.
Finish Hootie. Oh, there you go. All right, appreciate you all. What podcast comes up today, Seth Kushner?
Tuttle and Kristen should be out right now.
Tuttle and Christian should be out right now. Tuttle's completely kayfabing what's going on there. I'm telling you that right now. As much as he was honest about the ice cream guy, he's not honest about throwing the high hard one to Kristen.
Things are going really well. So,
see you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
If you're wiring up, it's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repent.